Hello, faithful followers and fellow architects. Other way around, I usually say that. But welcome to the stream. I want to see if I can get through. Right. Last thing we did was I needed to get through this like Colosseum battle thing in Dragon Quest XI. That's Consider hero rush off to investigate. The culprit is already gone. The room has been turned totally upside down. The fiery fighter is enraged at first, but soon he regains his composure. Suggests that they settle down for the night since they have a fight in the morning. At this insistence, Mefuki spends the night at the orphanage. Right, and then we wanted to fight the Colosseum. Yeah, I took a break for a while. I want to see if I can get through the game. I was told by you know, people who are fans of RPGs that, like, hey, if you like RPGs, you like Dragon Quest XI. So far, like, I'm not super like into it. I feel like maybe the game hasn't really started up yet. That'll still feel a little too simple to me. I don't know, especially these. Ladies and gentlemen. Especially these Colosseum battles, they're very simple so far, but I want to keep giving the game a chance. And apparently, the music. I need to check the audio. I still think it's too loud. The game's audio is up so high. I don't know why. Alright, let's figure out what we need to do here. I'm already at half health. He'll probably my buddy will heal me on the left there. We'll get rid of Golden Boy. Let's try to get rid of Golden Boy first, if we can. Save our MP for okay. Maybe I need to do a heal after that. Oh. System settings, volume, burn down everything. Everything's so loud. Try that.
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, we're.
12, so it's three hits. 12, 2 hits for 12, 1 hit for 8. Oh man, he heals himself. Okay, I could try a stats effect maybe. If I put someone to sleep. Yes. So he can throw out heals for 60, and it does health damage for 40. Is he immune to this, or is he just missing? Nope. I mean, it's saying miss, but it doesn't mean that it's necessarily immune. He's necessarily immune to it. Okay. He heals though. I wonder if it's better. Like I said, better to get rid of Golden Boy first. As long as he keeps the dude next to me keeps healing me, I can like, have him tank so I can do damage using Cutting Edge on Golden Boy. I wonder how much health he has. If he has like, I don't know, 200. Being pepped up isn't good. Heal me. Yeah, good. I might have to like rely on RNG here maybe, because here comes their pepped up ability. Okay. So, I mean, I should probably heal myself, because I'm gonna die if Golden Boy goes first. He'll kill me. Strong medicine. Hit him. That's an AoE. Am I under leveled for this or something? I mean, there's not much else I can do outside of what I've been doing, I feel like. I think I'm just gonna have to keep throwing myself at this and just to keep using cutting edge. I mean, if you get rid of one of them, you can they can't do their power-up move anymore. I'm just gonna keep focusing on the one. Poison. One HP attack. Look at that. That's some serious damage there. If we just focus down one of them, he's gonna heal himself, so can't do much about that. He's gonna get pepped up next turn probably. See, like if Vince attacks Golden Boy, then I can get rid of him. 1 HP. I'm just gonna have to hope that he heals me. Throw me a heal. Good. Okay, so now we're at a much greater advantage. Now it's a 2v1. Perfect. Wanted to throw me a strong medicine. Okay. Yeah, he can't do his ultimate though. So, oh good, he missed. Okay, not on me. Right now I'm a DPS character.
You have met your match.
8 MP. 26. Wow, I like halved my damage. That's some strong defense buff there. Bang. Oh, it's an AoE. 18.
Blast off.
Good. Yeah, keep tanking. Yes. All right, good.
That's enough. I'm calling this one. The Bullion Boys have been beaten.
Beat N.
Curses. The great Sterling Silva defeated. But I feel
Are you
no
even in
shame
this fight?
losing to one such as you. It was a battle of epic and legendary proportions, and I thank you.
Oh, I keep forgetting there's that thing.
There he goes.
All right, hitting the control stick makes you skip dialogue.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the showdown you've all been waiting for. The grand final of the Masked Martial Arts Tournament! That's right. Just 2 teams remain. Invincibles, if you please. They're hot favorites, folks, but will our hometown hero be able to retain his crown? Or will surprise newcomers
Oh, right.
snatch glory from the reigning champ?
Our 2
Will the princess and the pudding please take
party
the
members
stage?
that we're almost certainly going to get. Oh, there they are.
Yes, it's the girl who moves like lightning and the old guy who doesn't move at all.
That's what he's known for.
Will they be making history here today? It's time to find out.
Something about these two gives me the willies. But we got this. Time for a little good luck boost.
Good luck boost. What are you gonna cheat? You gonna cheat? You gonna go upside down? What are you using, like using steroids?
Did you see that?
I did.
Oh, yeah! Let's do this. Let's win this thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, laddie. Show us what you've got.
Right, laddie.
This is it, folks. One last time. Fire!
Right. So we gotta go. I'm assuming healer and DPS. Assessing the situation. Well, I'm gonna get rid of him first.
Let the darkness consume you.
As a mage, right? Still in white. He's still not even at half health. Oh, he can heal. Oh, what a jerk. He can heal himself. I don't even know what I can do with that. That's what I want to try to avoid. I'm almost sure that they're gonna have it at the same time. Yep, because that's the way they're programmed.
Surrender your soul.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I need to look at my gear again. There's maybe some item I need to be using to make this easier. Maybe like Greatsword Guard and then use the cutting edge. I mean, we gotta get rid of him first, because he's heal. I mean, if I attack her, he's just gonna heal Jade. But I gotta get rid of Rab first. That's good. I can just keep attacking Vince. Use the strength. And then yeah, they always do it. Greatsword Guard help with that. And then he can heal himself. I mean, if I don't get rid of him though, he's gonna heal her. So this really is the best case scenario. And I just need her to attack him, and him to either attack Rob and heal me. Keep my parry stance up. I also need to replenish my MP. Oh man. Stop your. He's back to white health. I just keep tanking it up there, Vince. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I thought I was gonna check his HP. Alright, I'm gonna use an item here. Herbs. Or is it 10 MP? That's not close to enough. See the last 4 MP I have with to parry. Wow, it seems like he's healing for more and more each time.
This ought to help.
Okay, he ran out of MP. There you go. Okay, now here we go. Just keep it going. Don't attack her. Come on, Vince. There's a lot of RNG that has to happen here. For this to work right. Black boot. Good. Throwing out the heals. Great chance return to normal. Using Great Sword Guard again. Good. He chose the right guy. Rob didn't do anything. Ooh, he's pretty tough for a mage. Yes! Okay. Okay, this is good. Ooh. Evasive maneuvers there. Blast off. Yes! Good, on my second try. I just block it with my forearm.
That mark.
What in the It can't be. Can it?
Caught you napping, old man.
Oh. Drop kick.
You too? What's with everybody all of a sudden?
Everybody all of a sudden.
You're up, partner.
We have a winner! Vince Vanquish has done it again!
After like tons of deaths and losses, you conveniently always tie when I fall in battle there, Vince. This would have been a much more annoying part of the game if you didn't tie. If you didn't tie, you had to start from the beginning every time.
Invincibles take the final.
So I'm glad that they didn't make you restart the whole thing.
For the award ceremony, folks.
We did it, man. We won.
You did it, man. Yeah.
It wasn't easy though, huh?
Totally.
That was the toughest tournament yet. Thanks for seeing it through with me, partner.
Oh yeah, wasn't he like taking care of orphans or something?
The grand prize is something called the rainbow. Word is, it's worth a bunch of dough. How about we sell it and split the...
Oh, it's probably the stuff he drank.
Hey, Vince needs some help. Over here.
If you drank to get all buff. Hey, congratulations, that was some incredible stuff out there. Shame about what happened to Vince, though. Still, they're saying he won't be out of action for too long. Guess all the years of fighting finally caught up with him. Anyway, they are postponing the award ceremony till he's better. Looks like you'll be sticking around a little longer, champ. Tournament committees arranged for some free accommodation for you at the inn. Why not go rest up for a while? Right? You're, oh, that's not it. Where's the... Alright. What are we doing now? Well, let's go to the inn, I guess. What? More of those things. What's the deal with those? Ghosty guys.
It's me, Rab.
Rab.
I need a wee word with you.
A word with you. I like this guy's voice. A wee word with you.
Just you in here, eh, laddie? I was hoping to speak to your pals, too. Could you ask them to join us? It's Jade, the lassie I was fighting with in the tournament. She's missing. I've looked all over town, but she's nowhere to be found.
Owned.
I can't help but
I
worry
can't
she's got
help.
herself caught up in something. Will you help an old man look for his wee friend?
I bet if I say no, no, I can't say no.
Oh, don't be like that now, laddie. Come on. You'll help me find her, won't you? Oh, don't be like that now, laddie.
Why even give me the option?
With yourself and your pals
Just
here
make
to
my character
help,
nod.
I'm sure we'll find her in no time.
So it's a strange thing to program into the game.
Right. The last place anyone saw her was over by the orphanage. Let's start there, shall we?
Hmm. 850 signal. Yeah, the bank thing in this game. I'm not a huge fan of the bank system in this game. Feels like an extra step. You have to put things in the bank, and then you want to buy something, get it out of the bank, buy the thing, and then put whatever left over in the back into the bank. It's like, just let me carry all my stuff and just, you know, let me carry all my gold, and then don't just take it from me when I die. What button is the map? There it is. By the orphanage near the orphanage in Octagonia. Octagonia? Gonia? Where is that? Down to the side street or something, like somewhere. Can't go out that window. way is the orphanage? Okay. You know, there. It's gonna happen. It's hope it gets better soon. Oh, pots. Can't jump over the banister. Darn quiet. I know why Vince didn't tell anyone he was sick and decided to fight anyway. It was for the kids, right? He loves those kids. He's a real hero. You know, I have half a mind to run down on that orphanage right now, and mop his brow and feed him soup and, you know, take care of him. Think he'd like that? Sure. This is an armor shop. This is. What's that? I only just now noticed that the song is just a variation on the main theme, or as already kind of making the rounds in this can't be here. This is the upper districts where all the fancy people are. Wait, there's the orphanage right there. It's on the map. Orphanage. Be down the stairs. And from the stairs. Wait, so that is the orphanage then? I thought it was around here somewhere. Is it this way? Is it this way? What's this? What's over here? Hang on, caverns under. What's this? This staircase leading underground. I must have seen it before. Did you think it might be down there? What do you think it leads? Uh-huh. Angle web. Everyone's with me, right? Like all the my team. Yeah. Gang's all here. Oh, and Rob. Ah, man, silence Veronica. We'll bring slap. Hot lick. Let's see. That's regen. That's like alarm clock thing. His attack, his agility of single party member raise AoE agility. 32 damage total. Oh, boom. The aura. Some spells. Both these guys. Hmm. I don't have an AoE heal with her. I do have a wind spell, right? Yeah. Holy cow, 64 damage. Magic DPS. The aura.
I'm on fire.
And don't come back.
Likes. Classic zombies. Okay. Ooh. Not taking much damage from that. Oh. Big hit.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Holy cow. Damage though. Single enemy, group of enemies, single enemy. Yeah, fire seems like it would do the most damage, right?
I'm on fire. Score one for the good guy.
No, let's get... We need to heal. You can heal with her... You're gonna get more MP from her normal attacks, so that's worth doing that. And Eric is always on standby. I think my other team is more useful than Eric. I mean, I know that Eric probably has some features and abilities about him that are really good, like during like a low level run, Eric's really good, so I've heard. Silver ore. Do. Oh. Oh, interesting. You can just push the trigger button. Hang on, let me alt tab for a second here. Ah. Let's see. What happened here?
We'll soon have that patched
Start attacking Veronica. I wonder if there's a part of the formula, the damage formulas for spells, where the like single target spells versus the AoE spells, if there's a difference in their attack damages. Doesn't seem like it so far. Maybe a matter of just MP efficiency. Zombie. I should fight more enemies, right? What I never looked up how many enemies you're kind of meant to fight between each area in a speed run, for example. And how this game is very liberal about what enemies are available to fight. Oh, nice. Zing is a raise spell. I didn't know. Ooh. Crit. So far, Rob seems pretty strong. He's a bit of a red mage. He's got offensive spells, defensive spells, support spells, and a little bit of melee. That's pretty good.
Veronica wins again.
Should I try fighting everything along the way, or because you can run around them so easily, so it's hard for me to know how much I should be fighting. Oh, robot bird. Ooh, only 14 damage. So it's got some block rate on that. Oh, I was gonna use that time to get some MP back. That's intense.
Easy peasy.
Under your soul. Bang. 13 and 11, so comparable damage. Roll 15 there. Hey, you can also heal. Nice. Go whoosh then.
Be gone.
Huh. Whack, like baseball swing.
Veronica wins again.
Dun, dun. Do, 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 do. $1,000 gold. That is nice. Use Serena to get some more MP back. Still haven't really figured out what the benefit of hacking first does. Doesn't seem like it helps. Ooh, nice. No, block it. Boom. Good dodge. Ah. Dodge and block.
Surrender your soul!
Did I do all right?
Fabulous, darling.
Fabulous, darling. Here, she was 2 skill points. Do that time. Right, so I was doing I was heading down here, right? For arm? Or was it what I was doing? Was I doing down here? Yeah, I was going down here for hustle dance. Heal AoE. Dual wield. Puddle dance. Arm plus 40. This one. Hustle dance is what we area of the board here. It has 10. Magical mending. Magical mending when wielding wands. Hmm. RMP recovery. Magical. You wielding a wand right now? This is like her support tree. This is like healing. Well, I mean, they're both support, and the spears is like her DD tree. Ending and massive MP, realm distance. So yeah, this is more defensive tree, and this is like a Get this. Element enables HP. Armor to avoid. Okay, that's a second chance. Going down the great sword tree here. Get this. Yeah, she's wielding wand. This doesn't bode well. There's so many spider webs around here. Done.
Don't say I didn't warn you!
Whoa, hang in there. Yes. Perfect time on that heal. Man. That's for Jen. It's not gonna do much. Puddle dance? Excellent. Ah, he didn't attack I wanted.
Let the darkness consume you!
Or
Goodness.
thumbs up. Character builder. 8 points. I have here. Crit hit chance when wielding +2. Uses crit hit chance to attack with great swords. No, that's, you know, I'm going down the DD trail here, so. That costs 7. Pet powers before West Serena's help. Yeah, but the pet powers are cool, but they're way too hard to like predictably use as a part of a strategy. Unless there's some piece of gear or something that lets you do it when you want. I don't really get the point of them. Like, they're there to be kind of flashy and like, oh wow, all of a sudden I can do this thing that maybe I can get saved out of a tough spot, but doesn't actually help. You can't do it during. You can't plan for it. You can't do a strategic thing where you use a pet power at a certain time. It just kind of shows up. And what is that? Or whoa! Oh, that was a monster. I mean, 2 of my characters have to be pepped up, and the right characters in order to actually get the special attack. Or buff. Can be a buff. Just doesn't really work. Ooh! Nice. Good. Oh, he's so good. Having a guy can mid heal. 1. 14. Now I can do it.
Be gone! And don't come back!
I don't know about this. Oh my gosh, he looks so silly. Should I be doing this? The troll appears. I don't know how tough these guys are.
Yep.
80 damage. Oh my goodness. $70 heal.
I'm on fire!
Oh, cool it.
Yellow. He licked his weapon and grinned. Not good.
I hope this helps.
Cutting edge. Red. Finish him, finish him. Yes. Worth killing?
Easy peasy.
I guess. Mini medal. Dude. Oh, some mages here. Do 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 do. Oh! There's some treasure in here, right? You just a leaf, okay? Dun. How's the magic water? Alright. Give me a salve. Give me a salve at point. Where's it boss fight time? Uh-oh. Is he a monster?
Hey, brought you a fresh
What
one.
is going on here? Ooh. What a... Ooh.
She's perfect. Just perfect. A warrior maiden of great skill. I smell it on her skin. We must drain her of her essence while she is still fresh. Quickly, give her to me.
Gross.
Got it.
Got it, boss. You got it, Spider Bro. Oh, come on. Ugh. Why would they use the standard battle theme for these kind of scenarios? Why would you? Why? Who chose the soundtrack for this game? I don't understand. You would use the standard battle theme for this?
Sir Hendrik must have missed one when he cleared the monsters out of town all those years ago.
I don't understand.
Nicely done, lassie. I hope you'll forgive me, but we had a wee...
There's so little impact because of that. Because of using the music is very important to a game.
The liquid I found. That's what you drink before your fights, isn't it? What your friend
Ew.
That was you?
Gross.
Perhaps not all humans are as stupid as our muscle-bound friend here. That's right, old man. Hendrik scarred me, but he did not kill me. The extract. It was the only way to regain my strength. So I had Vince bring me the choicest morsels. And why would he help me do such a thing, you ask? Because I offered to share the fruits of my labor, to give him strength beyond imagining. Who can refuse such a juicy offer?
I couldn't keep on winning forever. Sorry, partner, but I can't let those kids down. Which means I can't let you and your friends leave.
You don't think there's a better way than to help a giant spider monster?
Come on, not now.
You know, hire some other heroes and soldiers.
Oh, will you look at yourself, laddie? Do you not see what that stuff's doing to you? That foul fluid wasn't meant for human consumption. It's eating you from the inside out. It's a miracle you're still alive.
Man. I guess cheaters never prosper.
Yeah, you would have figured that they would have like not allowed you to just drink strange stuff before a match.
Spent at last.
Last, old friend.
Such a shame. Then I suppose I'll have to deal with you myself.
Yes.
Keep that thing busy. I'll see if I can get those people down.
Okay. Oh, a Ractagon. This music is like probably some of the worst I've ever heard in an RPG. It's really quite bad. Also, wow, that was incredibly powerful attack. So, okay. Man, that is, that did a lot of damage. Try just doing my parry. Barrier in the party provides protection from enemy spells. It doesn't seem like a spell though. It seems like a spell like ability, like a defense of a single enemy. Here is blindness or bedazzlement. I don't know, maybe. Hoping I get a chance to go again before. Okay. X twice. Good thing that popped up. It gives you heals, gives you a regen and refresh. It's a really good ability. Okay, I got parry up already. This is an AoE thing, so I'm working on single target stuff. So let's start throwing out cutting edges. Tap dance. I think I already did that. Spells. No, I didn't know. I used Acceleratle time. Significantly reduces the agility of an enemy. That's just a fire attack. Let's give Mefuki attack boost. Here's poison. You do that. Seven, dude. If you're gonna be that, if you're gonna have that low attack, why would you not just cast spells? Just the defense of a single enemy.
Think you're tough, do you?
Okay, we'll be hitting pretty hard now. Oh, 115. There you go. Attack boost, and then attack boost, and then defense down on your opponent. Reheal is a regen, which I already have applied. Evasion buff, Lavando, and then a mid heal. Perfect. I was hoping he would do that. Defense boost. It's a wind attack. I'm not sure how useful that is. Turn is probably better spent. They're getting more MP back or buffing defense. I'm gonna go with the MP. Bring it down probably, yeah. Unless I can get a zing off of from Rob, maybe. Still in, it's not even half health. Brrr. Went with the mid heal. Well, oh, nice. I actually brought her to full health as well. She can be out and she can't move. 51 damage. And defense. Oh, I think he's dead. Right. HP. There's poison and also restores at 30 HP. I don't think that attack is a spell. It might be still. Okay. Defense. Damage. The problem is that that stinger attack is really strong. Missed? I'm kidding. Right, figured he would do that. Don't have a heal, a raise spell. There. I can't. I don't think I can raise Mefuki. To use the tier 1. That was too much. That was an overheal. If you could evade something, that would be really good. Not a full heal. Alright, well, it says this. There's a way for me to get the characters up again.
We'll soon have that patched up.
Fortunately, I lost my attack boost. Um. Ah, if you at least get attack off there, maybe. Holy cow, this is terrible. Getting locked down in your party. Do I need to should I find some gear that gives me immunity to confusion? I'm completely locked down right now. Two people are confused, one person is bound, he can't do anything either. Veronica just got up. Am I missing something? So his confusion went away, but now he's still bound. Is he a demon? No. Do. We could at least hit. All right, I'm gonna hope for that Rob can keep raising us. Yeah, the fact that ability can miss is rough. Right. I have like 2 more of these. Yeah. Ultra backup. He's a pep up state. Maybe I should be fighting more guys. Here's things. You just go wait. Maybe I just be more aggressive. I'm hoping between Serena maybe and then like my other characters we can keep people alive. That was good. That was a good crit. Good. Didn't miss everything missed. An FMP. Maybe decelerate as well.
Sorry.
Really decreases significantly. I wanted the raise. I didn't want the poison cure there. Because I can cast that. Like Serena can cast that, but Rob is the only one who has the raise spell. Give Mefuki a buff. Ew. Dun. Um. Just do damage, I guess. I don't want the heals though. That's the problem. Heals aren't gonna help me if I can't do damage. Whittling away. And like AoE confusion is pretty nutso. You can make that land. Ah, see, he keeps healing when I need him to raise people. That's the problem. At least for what we have right now. Dazzle? Isn't effective. Yep. Let me get someone up here. And Serena will go. Right, and now I can heal. Good. What? Why did he come back? What? Is it a chance of failure? That's really dumb. It doesn't work on him. I don't have enough MP. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to swing. Like, that's equivalent to one heal. Oh, I guess, well, I'm dead now. He gets two turns there. Oh, look at that! I didn't know that a reserve party members could come and fight. Not gonna make a difference though. That is too much damage. Unless Eric can evade two attacks. He's... There you go. What? Why didn't it work that last time? Oh. They'll keep me apply this again. That's a hard boss, man. I'm not sure what I also could have done differently. Last autosave? I don't know, when the last time wasn't the last time I autosaved. Oh. Art of the dungeon, are you serious? Let's attack them. Let's go on. Let's get these battles over with.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
We clearly are a little underleveled this fight, or something. Maybe there's a strategy to maybe disabling his second attack or something.
We'll soon have that patched up.
It's pretty hard to deal with that second attack coming out. I must have missed a save point in here somewhere.
Nope.
Where's the other one? I don't know where the save point was. I must have missed it. Did I go down at one point there? I must have gone down at some point. I'm gonna maybe fight through the cave and then like run back and get a save point. Maybe that's what I should do. Look at my gear, maybe. Maybe my gear's out of date.
Surrender your soul.
Oh, don't use your spells, man. You cast spells.
Victory.
I think it's a combination of a number of factors. Like I'm underleveled, and my gear maybe needs to be re-looked at. I feel like that boss fight shouldn't have been that hard. Oof. Thought I upgraded my sword though to max level.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Come on, fish him. Because you can only upgrade weapons to certain level, right? Like I have a +3 chopper. That's like the max I could get this weapon. We need to get a better. Yeah, I mean I'm min maxed for DPS for him. 2 strength rings, and then the great sword. Good, the 2 stuns a move. Good.
Surrender your soul.
That's really intense. Heal. Brr, brr. Ah. Are you meant to go into the battle with everyone pepped up? Is that it? I don't think you're meant to go in. Maybe you can do that. You're not like meant to do that. Come on, hit him.
Did I do all right?
Good, everybody. Of course there was going to be a spider boss in here, right? Look at all these webs. I don't know. Maybe I think I'd be having a lot more fun with the game if I could use my pet powers more often than when the game lets me. Like the game, no. Pet powers are a cool idea, but they're random, so they're not like as fun to use because they're just they appear when they want to. Because what's fun for me is like strategizing and synergizing abilities and stuff. And I'm getting, you know, you're getting some stuff going on here. I really just dislike how the items are also work in this game. Like, why do I have to? Why does each character have to have their own tiny inventory of items, and then like, who wants to manage items in different people's inventories and all that? Just like give me one big inventory that everyone shares, and then there you go. Everyone pulls from the same inventory, because that's not fun for me. Like that's not like an extra layer of strategy for me to have to micromanage that. Warrior's Blessing.
Wonderful.
I know. Maybe there's probably a cheat engine for the PC version of this game, which is what I'm playing. where you always have pet powers, or access to pet powers. And that would be interesting, more interesting to me.
Oh, cool it. Did I do all right?
The great Sylvander grows even greater.
Yes. Lavando is gonna learn total dance ability. I want him to learn hustle dance. I want him to be more. I want him to have more support abilities. Action toward me. And wands. Magical mending plus 30. So better heals. These guys respawn. I didn't know that the respawns were that that close together. I thought I would have to zone before they started respawning. Am I meant to use like to move around in battle? Is that it? Like, you know, am I meant to move the characters around in the battlefield so that they don't get hit by every attack? Is position a factor? Is that what's causing me to getting hit by every attack rather than dodging?
Let the darkness consume you.
I don't know. I don't think you can move around and have it affect you stuff. Yeah, I really do not want to go into this. Like, I want to go into this bag and then go over here and stuff. I don't want to have to go through each person's bag and fiddle around in there. It's needless. It's a needless like time waste. Just give me access to the item bag and then just there you go. Everyone can use this everything. You gotta go in here and you gotta like sort this. You wanna go in here, you gotta switch out, transfer, discard. You gotta transfer this item. Who do you want to transfer to? Like, oh my goodness, I don't want to do that. Just give me an item bag access. These are all. Let's sort by type. You have magic, CMP, ability, defense, magical might. Oh, Chimera Wing is like a homeward bone. Okay. All these are stuff like crafting stuff, I guess. Oh, hey, there's some slimes here. Oh, metal slime. Oh, no. Aren't they, like, really dangerous or something? Oh. Aren't they, like, worth a lot of experience points or something? Oh, nice. What are all these? Say your prayer. Also, the fact that some quests are like, use this pep power in this battle is just silly, because you gotta run around and get everyone pepped up, and then you can do the quest. Ring stars, tremendous boost to speed and evasion. No, that's a buff. Does this do damage? I'm assuming he has really high evasion. He's gonna give me evasion or defense. Unaffected. Dang.
Don't say I didn't warn.
It didn't affect him. Oh, well. Yeah, maybe I don't have the abilities needed to really hurt him right now. Go the chopper still. Turn. And then this one, I get this. Oh yeah, I can get this now. Oh, Frost Fangs. Projectile a group of enemies so that can freeze them to the spot. Huh. Also assuming that that was a rare encounter with those metal slimes. Should I look up how to defeat the metal slimes? Maybe? If they show up again, I can know how to deal with them. That's probably what you do for the speed run, right? Is you run into metal slimes or something, and you know how to deal with them, so you just do that. I'm expecting Rob to throw it a cure on Serena. Yep. Wow, we have 1 HP left?
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
Didn't heal as much as I thought it would. Good. Perfect. I get a chance.
Another day, and
Poison gets no, it does not get cured after a fight. Okay. So awkward cuckoos. Yeah, I wish they would just attack Rob because he doesn't actually have HP. Don't melee. You have spells. And assuming it's apparently limitless MP. Just do that, man. Hey, Trocare. How do you like this game? I was thinking of getting it when I used the Switch. I don't know. It's okay so far. It's not like super hooking me right now. A lot of little things about it that I don't like. I know that I heard this is one reason why I want to play it. I hadn't played a Dragon Quest game yet, and I heard that it was it was a good game if you like RPGs, right? I don't know. It's not really doing it for me too much right now. I feel like the item systems can be kind of annoying. The pet powers sort of system is interesting, where you get like powers that are like specials and like ultimates when characters sometimes get like psyched up in battle, but it kind of happens at random. I don't really understand that system. The story has been okay so far. Nothing to write home about, and the music has been. I mean, Aaron can tell you about how the music has been in this game. It's some of the worst I've ever heard. I've heard in RPG. In RPG, I should say. Like the boss music is. So yeah, I really want to keep going. Get to see what the rest of the game has to offer. But so far, I'm not like all that impressed. This was my problem with the series. It was kind of death by 1,000 cuts of little dumb things. Yeah, like the pet powers is an interesting idea, but because I can't control when my characters get all pepped up for in the middle of combat, I can't strategize around them having the pet powers. So I don't really have that as like a tactical option. Not really. And then I don't like having to micromanage everyone's inventories. Like you have access to your item bag outside of battle, but look, for some reason, I have to go into this character's inventory, Veronica's inventory, and put in each strong medicine so that she can carry that amount. Why don't you just give me access to the inventory? Everyone has access to the same inventory, and that way you could just streamline that. I'm usually the guy who's into not streamlining things, but streamlining things like item bags, bag stuff is just, for me, it's just less busy work.
Don't worry, I'm here to help.
But yeah, like the music, I don't know if I should get there soonish, but the last boss I thought was really difficult, and I didn't feel like I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong with this last boss fight. I think maybe it's either I've been avoiding too many fights, or Maybe my gear's underleveled? I was hoping they had removed some of these things. Also, have you noticed it to be kind of goofy story beats? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit, yeah. I was told, you know, by reviewers and stuff that this is like the best one in the series. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll jump into this one and try this one out. This is the most like fleshed out of the Dragon Quest games, and I don't know. The last boss I fought, it was, you know, everyone looks a little silly looking, you know, and that can be okay, I guess. Like I said, the story isn't really anything to write home about so far, which is like whatever. I'm not primarily a story gamer anyway. I don't, you know, I don't mind if a story is kind of like ho hum, as long as like the combat's really tight and you know, I'm given a lot of tactical options and stuff like that. But most characters I feel like are very simple. Like, I'm quite a ways into the game at this point. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm quite a ways in, but hour-wise, I've been playing like 15 hours. And I feel like I don't have that much in the way of making the choices in combat that can really help me. And maybe I'm playing the game wrong. That's always possible. It's always possible that if I knew about some mechanic, it would be different. You know, this game had very high ratings from critics and users alike, so I just figured, hey, I like RPGs, and I haven't played one yet, so I'll try it out. But and I'm gonna try to keep going with it. It wouldn't be the first time that I've streamed a game that I wasn't super keen on, but I wanted to see how it ended. I wanted to persevere. Xenoblade Chronicles X was another example. Or not Xenoblade X, but Xenoblade Chronicles 2 was a game that about halfway through I was like, I don't think this game is for me. But I just powered through it because I wanted to see how it ended. I wanted to see, I wanted to give it a fair sort of shake. Okay. Yeah. But there are kind of goofy story beats. There's the more serious parts of the game have just been sort of straightforward, you know, chosen one kind of storylines. Like the one I played, the first boss, after you beat it, doesn't die. It just has a giant bandage on its head, and was kind of annoyed by its goofiness, which would be fine if they stayed that way. But the next scene, the character actually dies. Very strange. Okay. Okay, so we're getting close to that boss. They fight these dudes? Okay, there's the metal slimes again. I'm gonna Google. One second. I'm actually going to Google how to beat these metal slimes. Because apparently they're like really good for XP or something. And maybe that's how like speedrunners are like do this and beat this game. How to beat metal slimes. Attack constantly with your party and pray. You're watching there's an ability that lets you kill them easier. Multi-hit attacks. You just hit them. Basically, they have really high evasion, so I guess you just hit them until. Okay. The one I'm describing, it was supposed to be the best one until this game. Yeah, I don't know. Like everyone's saying that these games are like look so good, and I'm just not seeing it. Again, I went into this game totally blind. So I hit it. I guess he has like 2 HP. 3 HP. Oh no, he's yellow now. He's got. Oh, I got him. He has 3 HP. Hopefully that'll mean that I won't have to grind. Normally I get like 200, 300 experience points.
Surrender your soul.
Wonderful.
Give me a bunch. Holy cow, 2,000. Well, good. Kasap.
Oh, goody.
Wow, those metal slams give you like 10 times, 20 times the amount of experience points you normally get. I got Zing. Good. I can actually raise people now. I'm good for now. Maybe I'm meant to fight these guys until you surrender to metal slimes? No, you're not meant to do that. I mean, you're not meant to do that. You can do that, but you're not meant to do it. I just feel like I'm missing something. You know, if everyone's saying this game is like so good, and I'm like, I don't know, like what? Oh, it's so silly that it has a 50% success rate. That's what happened last time. It just doesn't work half the time. Oh man. Right. Man, that's exactly how I feel. Everyone's like, if you love our JRPGs, you'll love this game, and it just never clicked with me. I was hoping the problems I had with the game were fixed since I played an older game, but guess not. This is my first time when I ever played, so I can't speak to that, but it sounds like maybe not. Maybe those issues are not fixed. Maybe they're just a part of the series. I'm just using bang over and over again because my main character, hero character, and Veronica can just do AoEs. It's just more efficient to do it that way.
And stay down.
Go. Okay, mages. We got a mage. Got a minister. That's fine, doesn't matter. Well, it matters a little. But... Can't cast. It's weird. I actually like a lot of the monster design, but the human characters. But yeah, I went on a bit of a rant at the beginning of this playthrough of this game, where I was like, I understand that Toriyama is a very popular artist, and people like his work. To me, it just bugs me how everyone looks like Vegeta. Everyone's just Vegeta and Goku and Bulma. Like some artists, they can do different stuff and they can be creative with their designs, and other artists, you know, some artists just stick with what they know, and they're very recognizable art styles. You know, it's very good art. Toriyama is a good artist. It's just like his art is very recognizable
Monica wins again.
to a detrimental level, I think.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
If you're doing AoEs, which most battles so far have all been like multi-enemy battles, except for boss fights. So you want to just spam bang on Mefuki and like you're the main character, and then on Veronica spam that. Sylvando, I using him for damage and like occasional like buff. It's funny part. I think his monster design is fun and good, but he got stuck when it comes to human. He gets stuck when it comes to human and was like, use stock face 2 for all men. I do find that. I do find stock face face 2 is a very and he tries, right? He tries to make the faces different, but you just can't shake that. That Vegeta face.
Did I do all right?
Now, I would like to... come on, give me some metal slimes. It feels so annoying knowing that, like, if I can just, like, run into a metal slime, I can get 10 times the experience points that I can get from these dudes. I wonder if there's an algorithm to maybe force the game to spawn a metal slime. But yeah, so far there's very little, like, I feel like there's very little, like, strategizing going on. Like, sort of, like, straight up, go look at all the main characters from all Dragon Quest games. They're the same character. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like, I'm not really strategizing that much in combat so far. I'm mostly just doing the thing that you would think to do. Like, okay, there's dudes to AoE dudes, so I'll just keep doing my AoEs. And, you know, heal when you need to. Good crit.
Easy peasy.
Oh, wow. The Fuki's learned mid-heal.
Fabulous, darling.
Or what do we got? This costs 6, and this costs, no. Yeah, this costs 6, this costs 12. Can't get that yet. What's going on down here? Maximum MP. Might. This is MP recovery after battles. This is anti-magic. Alright, I'm gonna post an image in the meme Discord. Look at all the people. Do. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. There's everybody there, all the same character. Dun 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 dun. It's hard to disagree with that, you know? And it works for some people. Some people really do like his art style, even though it looks similar. I'm actually kind of excited just to have you hear the boss battle theme for this game. So far, there's only been one boss battle theme, and it's been very good, but in an ironic way. Don't use your air hands. So far, all the bosses have the same theme, and that would be okay if the boss theme was like really catchy and like it was appealing. I want to just show you. I can't even describe it. I don't know who okayed the OST in this game. Okay, we cleared out that room. Now, this is gonna be silly, but I'm actually gonna have to backtrack because when I went to go fight this boss, this is actually me redoing this dungeon because there was no save point by the boss, and I don't know if I missed it or not. What? The mimic. And like those who fight and those who fight further. Yeah, those songs are amazing. Ouch. Okay, so Veronica is now pepped up. So that means, hang on. That means that now her stats are a little higher, and if someone else in the party gets pepped up too, then you can do like a special ability using them. But you can't control when they get pepped up, so you just have to keep fighting, and then you might get lucky, and they can use a special ability that helps you win fights. I don't get it. Hopefully, Rob can throw a heal, and that'll count for that.
I'm on fire.
2 ticks of 5 and 1 tick of. I'm just gonna use cutting edge because I know that guy's a little tougher probably. He's a mimic. There you go. There doesn't seem to be a trigger for it. It just happens at random sometimes. But I'm thinking there must be a trigger, right? Otherwise, what's the point of it? It's just to kind of make things feel more cinematic or something. Maybe there's a way to like increase the chances of becoming pepped. You know, that's possible. Good. I had the timing right there on what's he at? He's like almost dead. Yeah, there goes Serena. And now we can do this. Now I can heal everybody, and then I can also give them HP and MP regen for a bit. Like that really comes in handy in a boss fight. But yeah. And then there's sometimes where, sometimes it's weird where like, to do a certain quest, like someone will give you a quest and it'll be like, hey, what I need you to do is go over this monster and I need you to use a pep power on it. And at the beginning of the game, I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll go out and fight the monster and then I'll get it. I'll use a pep power on him. But it's like you have to run around and get your characters to become pepped up. And then you can go find the enemy that you want to fight and then go use it on him. What's really annoying though sometimes is you'll have one character pep up and then it'll take a while for the other character to pep up. And by the time you get to where the monster where you want to use the power on, the first character that pepped up peps down again. So I don't get how it works. That's good. Do we dare open this? Okay. Blue eye. Right. So, is there a way? Ah! a hole up there. Especially if you need 2 people to use the special. Yeah. Exactly. So, oh, man. I'm gonna go save. I don't know where the save point is, but the boss is right around the corner. Last time I ran right into him and I just got crushed by him. So these guys respawned already. What the heck? So it's gonna be kind of obnoxious, but I'm just gonna quickly run back to the beginning of the dungeon. All the encounters are actually on the screen, so you don't have to, there's no random encounters. So I'm just gonna run around everybody. I'm gonna look again on this for a save point when I get back to where I just was. But I don't want to accidentally trigger the boss and lose all that experience points, especially because I fought the metal slime. That metal slime fight was worth. So. Alright. Okay. Troker! Thank you again for your resubscription to the Architects. And my free sub is still 9 months so far. Yeah, you're like the second highest highest subscriber. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And so is Octo. No, I don't want to fight you. Go away. I mean, can you just save it? No, you can't save. Just save anywhere. The save point is right around here somewhere. Got a little icon on it. Usually it's like a little 3-pronged. There it is. Wait a minute. No, wait. Can you heal me? Fine, hang on. Nope. Yep. Heal everyone to full. Okay. And now we're gonna fight that boss. We're gonna fight the Arachna dude. I mean, who's surprised that you're fighting a spider down there, huh? Right. Get out of here. That is shocking because there are so few spider webs. Where? I don't see any spider webs. Actually, I think if I take a shortcut, you can go through. If I go through this way and then go left, there's probably a shortcut through the hole right here. Well, this spider was kicking my butt though, because like he can attack twice every turn, and he's got like a missile attack, assassin's dagger. There's a shortcut. Ah. I also should probably get to the boss fight while Veronica and Serena are pepped up. I would like to have that regen and refresh for the boss fight. And luckily the game gives you like an extra person Usually you have a 4-man team, but you get an extra person to on the right there, the old guy, to help you a bit. Now I can do these. This one takes three people to do. Echo Aura. Maybe like is the idea like just to fight enemies around the boss before the fight the boss fight starts, and then you should sort of because that way that you can get your best you know party going before when the boss fight starts. Well, there goes Sylvando. Oh, come on.
Another day,
Told you I was
another
tough.
victory.
Puddle. 3 skill point, minor MP magic, anti-magic, maximum MP when wielding heavy wands. Or like ice or like resistance tree here. Anti-magic, stops an enemy from casting spells. Magical might. Staff of salvation, which is a heal. I kind of want to go down here and get the magical might ability. So I'll need to save it for this one, which costs 8. No. I guess you actually can't go that way. Oh, I forgot. Poison does not go away after a battle. I got a dagger, though. I don't think anyone can wield it, but Eric. I'm not using him right now. Passing the dagger. It is better. 100% chance to instantly kill enemies when attacking. Oh, that's pretty sweet. This is 20% damage to undead creatures, so that's cool. That's another strange thing about this game. Random encounters are kind of hard, which is a good idea in theory, because when you have to try every fight, but then you are so little resources when you get to the boss, you have to run back to town, then back to the boss, and hope you don't hit any encounters. Yeah, and it's usually, you know, these days they make it so save points are right by bosses, so you don't have to run that far. But for some reason in this dungeon, it's I couldn't find the save point. Maybe maybe I missed it. You know, I feel like I need to assume that just because. No. Just because. Why wouldn't there be a save point down here? Yeah, the inventory, the individual item inventory thing is really a pain because, like, you know, you gotta go in here and you gotta go. Everyone has their own inventory, right? You gotta go in your item bag and be like, okay, give this medicinal herb. Transfer it to who do you want to transfer it to? Transfer it to, you know, Mefuki. You can't carry anymore. He only has three spaces. What do you want to put in the bag instead? I don't know. This herb. Okay, so you put the herb in there, and there you go. What else do you want to do? And you have to do that for everybody. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. Just give me my inventory in its entirety, and then it's just less hassle, you know? Because the fun part of the game is not like micromanaging people's inventories. It's like doing the combat and like using all of your gear in the combat for you know, interesting encounters and stuff. Like, everyone's inventory is also really small, so it's really hard to work with. So that's the way forward. Is there like a save point around here? Also, don't you like that glorious victory fanfare? Yeah. Dude, seriously, I can't wait to fight this boss. It's gonna be great. Is there a save point here? This is like a little dead end here. Like, I don't see a save point. Are you actually meant to run all the way back here if you die? I guess so. This boss fight's not easy. Maybe it'll be a little easier now that I leveled up a bit. Alright. Get ready to hear the best music you've ever heard in your life. Is it around here? I'm just gonna skip this cutscene again. I'm just gonna let it play, the music. Right? You right, True Yep. Yeah, this is what the guy who did the OST thought this would be a good boss theme. Bumbling clown, not a boss. Yep, this is the boss theme. Let's see. Okay, so he bound 2 of my guys, so now they can't do anything. Okay, so if I raise everyone's agility, you can go faster. Everyone's pepped up, so I feel like I want to like save my for the heals. So lower his agility so he goes less. Also has an AoE confusion ability, which disables your characters, pretty much. Right, so now we want to do Curious. Can't do it because one of my party members is out of commission. Alright, fine. I'll just go with the heal then. Now can I do it? Okay. I skipped the animation for that buff. In case you're wondering why I just cut. This significantly raises entire party's attack power. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that. Now what I'm hoping I can do is I can get Veronica to lower his defenses, and then with an attack buff, that'll do a good amount of damage. You think a game of this magnitude could do like an orchestra or something? This is something I would expect from a PS2 game. Yep. Even if you couldn't get an orchestra, right? You could at least get like a more modern like sounding synth board. Because some synths start sounding really good these days, right? But this is a very old sounding synth. It's very strange. This is getting you excited, right? This is getting you all pepped up. No pun intended. Alright. So, Sap. Lower his defenses. Why does that attack ability just fail sometimes? I know that it can... Whatever. I'm gonna use the big single target move on him. 124 damage. Look at that. Bonkers. Alright, I'll keep attacking because right now he's got an attack boost, so I'll just keep attacking. I've expect Mefuki to be a... This is the attack that keeps killing me. Alright, everyone survived a lot better than last time. What are you doing? Why did you get 4 turns? Well, I looked up the DQ11 OST, and 2 of the top 3 posts talk about how it's one of the worst soundtracks on the system. Ooh, that's pretty bad. I'm glad it's not just me, you know, because I've been playing this for a while, and I feel bad talking about a game when I haven't like experienced enough of it to kind of give a fair shake. But like, how much longer do I have to wait for the game to start having a good soundtrack? Why is this the boss theme? You know?
Surrender your soul.
Alright, I get another turn. Am I still attack boosted? I am. Just stop. Waste like taking my turns away. Alright, this is gonna heal Mefuki, so that's good. App, lower his defense. Yes, good. Alright, now we're gonna do some serious damage. Right here. Defense lowered, attack plus. 152. There you go. I think once you've given a game 15 hours, you kind of have a grasp on the game. Yeah, I think that's fair, Trocure. I think that's fair. I think if a game isn't showing you most of its systems by hour 15, I feel like that's a problem with the game, you know? I just I don't know. A part of me is like, maybe it's like still really good because like everyone's saying that this game's really good. It's if you like RPGs, you'll like Dragon Quest 11, and I've been playing it, and I'm just like not seeing it. And I just feel like all these people are saying something like this one thing, and I'm like, what am I missing? You know? Maybe they experienced a certain part of the game that I did not. You know? Or maybe it's like comes later in the game. There's so many people saying that it's a really good game, and it's just okay so far. It's like it's sort of more bog standard JRPG, you know? Half the music is just like it's just clown music. I'm just gonna keep buffing Mefuki because he's all about the damages. Alright, that's my last cutting edge. Alright, throw me a mid heal. There you go.
Perhaps this will help.
I'm just gonna assume he's gonna go for, yeah, trying to wreck people's faces with that, yeah. Oh yeah, that tech also lowers people's defenses, which is really lame. And everyone gets confused, and then I lose my turn. Good thing Rob doesn't count as a party member, so he can just kind of hang off to the side and not get hit by that, and so he can just heal. Alright, so Savano gets a turn. Evasion? You want to evade attacks? Would have been nice to have gotten that. Well, at least I have two people that can cure now. That did pretty good damage. Oh, man. Alright, we're still good. Still good, because I leveled up, so... Oh, the poison got Mefuki. Wild part to me is that in Japan, this is the third best-selling video game series. I looked it up. Can you guess the two series in front of it? Final Fantasy and Monster Hunter. If I had to guess. Okay, we're still okay, because Serena and Rob can both raise. As long as I can get a raise off with Serena, and it missed her, so maybe she'll be able to... Come on, you need to turn with her.
Back on your feet now.
Okay, I really wish I had an AoE heal. I mean, he's almost dead. Wait a second, and the first one is so far in first, it's hilarious. Also, Monster Hunter is fourth. Really? Oh, Mario. Mario. That's it. Get everyone up. Unfortunately, Serena's bound again, so can't move. There's a lot of RNG happening in this fight, because like you kind of want him to use the sticky web, but then you don't want it to hit. Magic water gives you more MP. Sorry, these are specifically RPGs. Oh, RPG is Final Fantasy second? What could it be number one after Final Fantasy? Which is third, Final Fantasy. What? What could... I don't know. I don't know what number one could be. If Final Fantasy is number two... I'm just kind of hoping that I can just do enough damage now, because he's almost dead. Oh, it'd be a little too late for that. But, oh, wait. Maybe not.
We'll soon have that patched up.
There we go. Oy.
Score one for the good guys.
I feel better than ever.
Hopefully everyone gets experience points even if they're dead. Anathematize? I don't think everyone does, though. It still has 11 now. Going down his Guile tree. I kind of wanted to make him like an agility tank. Base deafness. But so people said that like his thievery is really good. Honestly, I've tried using his half inch, which is like let's do steal items. It always fails. I've never seen it not. I think I've seen it work once out of like the 10 times I've used it. I don't know. Maybe I need more deafness. Let me get that. Lacy has 142 million total sales and 76 place. First place. Oh, DQ has first place. Oh no, the first place has 311 million to put into context for how far in front of the first is. Holy cow! And it's an RPG. It's like it has like over double the amount of Final Fantasy. What? Going this way. That. Okay.
And don't come back.
Yeah, if you add 2, 3, and 4 together, it's still less. Yeah. That's insane. What RPG is more popular than Final Fantasy? Like, overall.
I had no choice. A third-rate fighter like me, I was never gonna make enough dough to keep the place open. So when I heard that voice,
Oh, of course.
up and down here,
Of course.
I beat the orphanage.
Why didn't I think of that?
I listened.
Of course, Pokemon.
All I had to do was help him out, and he'd make me the toughest fighter around.
That's such an obvious answer.
Seemed like a pretty sweet deal. So I said sure.
Like a pretty sweet deal. All I had to do was bargain with this horrible spider monster.
I needed that money so bad, I let him use me. I knew it was wrong. But that orphanage, man,
Yeah, bruh.
that's where I was raised. Those kids are my family. I had to do it.
And in case you're wondering, yes, the music does undercut every emotional scene in the game. No, that's not the main character. The main character is a greatsword dude. He's a guy we ran into in the city.
Help the bairns get the better of you.
Bairns get the better of you.
Well, there's certainly been greater evils done for less good.
Our character is actually mute. Silent protagonist.
Tell you what, I'll have a word or two with the mayor.
The mayor.
Don't worry, lad. We'll make sure the orphanage is looked after. So chin up, eh? Just don't let me catch you making deals with nasty beasts again. You hear?
Oh man, every scene I've watched so far, even like no matter what the scene is, if it's emotional, if it's like meant to be intense, every scene is ruined by the music. It's really remarkable. This doesn't sound like it fits. Having successfully solved the case of the missing fighters, Mefuki and his friends spend the night at the inn. Like, no one on staff was like, maybe we should get someone else to do the soundtrack, or like, I don't know, maybe he has seniority, and it was like, we have to get you know Hashimoto to do the soundtrack because he's done all the other ones, right? And they didn't take into account like more modern like consoles or like newer synth boards to make more modern sounding music, and it just comes across really strangely.
Come on now, time to get up. I said wake up. Morning, darling.
Okay. Oh, also get used to this music with the this so far every area like every town has had the same music.
They never got around to
Don't forget to give me a wave.
Yes, Silvano, you were flamboyant. We get it. All right, save the game, and we'll go do the next thing. I guess I should try fighting more guys along the way. What I've been trying to figure out is how to like, because you can skip battles and stuff, it kind of makes it easy to not level properly, I guess. So I'm not sure how many fights I should be doing between each encounter. So what am I doing here? Speak with the receptionist at the building at the back of Octagonia to begin the award ceremony. Receptionist, okay. Like her or no? These are the shops and stuff. You? After the ceremony, yeah. So the composer that worked on the game hasn't done anything else but Dragon Quest games since 1999, and it makes so much sense. See, I figured it was something like that. It was like seniority, where it was like he has to do the soundtrack, of course. But like this game is like a full 3D game with like high resolution graphics. It doesn't work, you know. That explains it, Trocare.
It's prize giving time. Ladies
Like it works. The music works when you're looking at like an older graphics engine or an older, you know, limitations, you know. But it's like he did the same music, but then didn't update his for the engine. Can I finally get the rainbow? The rainbow?
Seems kind of a shame to have the good folks of
That explains the
Octagonia
joke here.
come out and support us and not give them a show to enjoy.
To enjoy.
Why don't we make this interesting?
Are you kind of New Yorker all of a sudden?
Challenge you to a fight for the prize, partner.
Like this makes you appreciate other composers so much more, right? Like the amount of respect I have for people like, you know, Yuki Kitamura or Nobuyoshi Suzuki or of course Nobuo Uematsu, just blows you away. It's not easy. It's not easy to craft really intricate and catchy music, you know. Okay, let's hope this is not like something I have to win, or if I just saved, so it's fine.
Fooled you. I don't do that stuff no more. I fight clean.
I don't take steroids anymore. Well, I'm glad that he did take steroids when I was on his side, because it was the only way I was gonna get through those fights.
Now let's do this.
Let's do this. All right. Why are we fighting though? Also, this chapter of the game was kind of especially not that uninteresting to me because for about half of the chapter you didn't have your party members. You just had a one like you had your main character, which really limited your options and your stuff. So. Sweet miss. Oh, is this like one of those like cinematic things? Like he's almost dead. You're meant to just show off how terrible he is without the juice he was juicing with.
It's all over. The champ is down. We have a winner.
Vince looked kind of weak out there.
He sure did. What's gotten into him?
I needed people to see that. To see that I ain't nothing without that juice. I never had what it takes to be the champ. You deserve that prize, man. Thanks. You taught me what it means to be a fighter again. I won't forget this time.
The voice acting is okay so far. It's you know, nothing like amazing, but it's yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
We love you, Vince.
Good.
Thanks for putting it on the line for us every time.
Like, could you imagine like Dark Souls or Kingdom Hearts recent Final Fantasy games and hearing the strange MIDI music? Yeah, it's a MIDI soundtrack music, right? Hello, Awakened Dragons. Thank you for the bits. Here's to games with storylines instead of games with no story, which feel like they lack as much effort. Personally, I am more partial to games that are gameplay focused, but I'm also a fan of JRPGs, and so there are stories in those as well. So, I'm mostly RPG guy, so and part and parcel with RPGs are often stories, you know. You know, you can. I stick around for. You know, like stories can be interesting and they can keep your attention, but stories are good. But for me, gameplay can really hold my attention. Is the main thing. Yeah, but the MIDI music Trocaire is very curious because it just doesn't match up. Like Kingdom Hearts with like the sound chip from the Game Boy Advance or maybe the DS would sound really strange, you know. Yoko Shimomura, she got like an orchestra to do her music, right? Oh my goodness. We still don't have the rainbow. We've been looking for it the whole game almost. And now someone stole it. We're just about to get it.
I've something to show you. Don't worry about the rainbow. It's safe with me.
For me, it's about striking a balance. If it is all gameplay with no story, I'm unlikely to like it. However, if it is all story with little gameplay, I'm also unlikely to like it. Most RPGs strike the right balance for me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, for me, I'm primarily a gameplay guy, but you know, story is good too. Like a game that has a good story is better than a game that doesn't have a good story.
Then old man Rab. Will our hero journey to Dundrazel to claim what's rightfully his? How will it all end? I, for one, can't wait to find out.
Well, you're not gonna find out unless you're gonna follow me around. Oh.
Dundrazel, huh? So it's back to where it all began.
Wait, have we gone to Dundrasil already? It's been a while since I played the game. Oh, you're in the cutscene? You ran CS? Wait. Have I been there? I don't remember. Okay. All right. Go along with you over there, got some for me. Dapper chap. American piece of. Remember where it grows? So she's probably back in the waterfall. Okay. All right, head for the ruins of Dundrasil. Do that. Probably want to stop by and like a camp so we can upgrade our gear, maybe. There it is. How could you? Why would you do this? Why would you put a bell there with a horse? I have to run. Is there a bell somewhere? Did I miss something? What's a Dundrasil? Should I fight all the enemies along the way here, or should I avoid them? I don't know. Feels like I can run around them, but should I be doing that, or should I be fighting some of them? How many should I be fighting between each location, you know? What is the proper level for each area? It's hard to parse. Oh, is that a monster? Oh, what? Cool. It's like a pile of rubble, and he's actually a monster. All right. Everyone's healthy. We'll just stick with doing damages. Oh, nice. Very quick.
And don't come back.
All right, my friend, I'm off for a bit. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Trocare, for coming by. Appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. Again. Have a good night. Well, yeah, I want to save, but also I want to rest. Okay, so forge items. Double whammy. Like, my greatsword is, yeah, it's like maxed out, right? Or no. Your work item, forge. Yeah, I can't go make it any better right now. What about what about Veronka's staff? Let's try Serena's wand. I guess that's good. But a +1? Yeah. You can keep doing it, right? You can get up like a +2. +10 or more magical mending. Perfect. You can keep doing that, right? You can get a +3. You just seem to be like just hit. Cost 5 focus to hit the thing here, and then you just kind of get down to the green spots, and then you just say, "Yeah, I'm done." Yay. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know. Yeah, I can't upgrade that one anymore. The upgrade system is very strange in this game. It's sort of like, you can almost, like upgrade stuff to the max, but not of rapidity. Raises the bear's agility when used as an item in battle. Oh, cool. Battle fork. Oh, that's a lance. You could use those. Oh. Zero, thank you for the bit. Pro tip, don't die. I would like to not die. Happens a lot in these games, though. Book of Evasion. Cool. Strong medicine, strong antidote. I only don't have one of these. Buy a bunch of these, maybe? They're pretty cheap. Give it to Veronica. How you doing there, Zero? What brings you around the stream? You looking for some RPG? To look at? Black Blade. Attack plus 49. Now that's if we're going DPS, full DPS on Mefuki, so aim for the fails? Okay. Well, it is a blind run, so fails are inevitable. We're going full DPS on Mefuki, so that means that we're going to be doing, we want this. Probably. It's two-hand weapon, yeah. Give that to him. And then, then we can, equip that. Equip the, Black Blade. Also has parry chance on it again, which is better than the Cast Iron Claymore plus 3. And the Copper Chopper. Yo, Black Blade. Oh wow, that's a very futuristic looking sword right there. Wow. 2 strength rings and then some armor, which it doesn't really improve your attack or anything. Let's see. It'd be good to upgrade this weapon now, maybe. But I need to. I don't remember the sword. I don't know. I need perfection pearls or whatever. Let me see if I can get some perfection pearls by forging some stuff, and then I can upgrade the Black Blade, whatever it was. Yeah, perfect. Go. I mean, after all, we do have a lot of these upgrade material or these materials to craft things with. We got 2 perfectionist pearls there. That's 4, so that's enough for silver rapier. And for 1 upgrade, you need 4 pearls for 1 upgrade, I think. So. Oh no, I overdid it. The end of the rapier. All messed up. Is there a way to maybe lower the... Even when it's still early in the game. I guess it is still early in the game, huh? Let's try to get half strength. At half strength, so if I do this. Yeah! Three more there. Now let's rework that black blade. Oh, it takes 8? 8? Man. What haven't I made yet? Can't make that. Can't make that. Careful with overusing resources. Is some of this stuff rare? None of it's been very rare so far. But we will see. I should rest first and then save. I think we're kind of beat up, right? Not really, but a little bit. Till dawn. Yeah, Zero. I usually play RPGs. I mean, I'm a pretty big fan of some platformers as well. And I play a lot of RPGs on this channel mainly. And then Octo, the other streamer on this channel. We do a stream on Tuesdays and Fridays, and right now we're playing through Sekiro. I've done a lot of Dark Souls streams. This is a platformer, is it? Yeah, just so you're aware of my repertoire. I've Dark Souls, one of my favorites. I play through that one a lot. Last Sunday I did a very long stream for Souls games and just like tips for beginners and intermediates. I usually do challenge runs in those games, and then now and again I'll do like a blind run of a game I haven't played before. They are usually RPGs or platformers, or like a Castlevania game, like a fusion of the two. Oh, come on. Get whooshed. Nice. I assume those guys have pretty high defenses. This has platforming elements, I would say, this game. Oh, we are near Zwadhurst.
Man. So this is Dundrasil. I'd heard the rumors about what happened here, but still, I never expected this. To think that not so very long ago, this was one of the world's great cities, and that it was reduced to rubble in a single night. The king and queen murdered by monsters. The princess of Heliodor, too. The poor thing was only visiting. But I don't need to tell you this. They were your parents, after all.
All right.
So where's the old guy from the tournament, anyway? And why'd he drag us all the way out here?
Look! Those torches are lit! He must be in there somewhere, waiting for us.
Holy, whoa, look at that dinosaur over there. What the hell? Oh, let's do a little tour here. Anything a gander at, maybe pick up for ourselves? There's one right there. Same music. Yeah, that's just a dragon, green dragon. Oh, of course. Oh, he also attacks twice. Here you go. Let's do this. Maybe ice on him? Excellent. Fire's probably a bad idea on him. I want to play my Switch, however, it's over there. And over there is far too far. Oh, I didn't really block as much damage as I thought it would. Over there is too far for me. I'll just hit him, I guess. Ooh, okay, good.
Veronica wins again.
I'm not sure if there are any enemies that absorb elementals. Yeah. Well, yeah, it was either that or it just resists an element. I don't know if it's absorbing is a thing, but resisting might be.
The great Sylvander grows even greater.
Oh, he learned whoosh. Frizzwiz spell names in this game are so silly. Great. So we're going all great sword. Do I want frost fangs? I think I'm saving it for attack power wielding plus 15. We're going all DPS with Mefuki right now. And then Veronica, we're going there. Want be this. And I'm going down here for hustle dance. Saving up for that. Yeah, I asked the chat when the game started. I asked the chat like, how do you guys want me to build the game? Usually I pick myself, and I'm like, you know what? It'll be fun if every new character I pick, you know, maybe the chat could pick the build. That's me. I'm a huge fan of builds in games. All the little choices you can make to make your characters different loadouts and stuff. Which is why Dark Souls for me is such a fantastic series, because the amount of builds in Dark Souls as a series is just phenomenal, out of this world. It's a hard series, mind you, like, to play, but once you get walks the stairs. Once you you know, figure out the game out, then it's a lot of builds, a lot of fun potential for builds. That's actually why the subscribers on this channel are called architects. That's what we call them. Is me and Octo, the other host, huge fans of builds and stuff in games. Now what's going on? Why can I talk to you? Please don't hurt me. I'm not a bad slime. If you promise not to hurt me, I'll tell you something surprising. This well goes all the way to the castle. You can ooze it to. You can ooze it to get to where those brazier things are. Is it like we're in Detroit? At least we're not. At least we're not Detroit. We're not Detroit. I'm not sure if you know that meme. I guess there's nothing else here. I can find another dragon. Oh, let's just use the well now. Razor, yeah. Right? Where the you know, like a torch, but it's not on the wall. It's a. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Maybe it's my accent or something. My Canadian accent. I say brazier. Let's just say herb. A lot of people I've spoken to and heard say herb. I say herb. All right, so we bypass that rubble there. Hello.
So you made it at last.
Is it just you? Where's your friend, the girl?
She has duties to attend to. She'll be glad you came, though.
Herb.
As am I.
It's not like we had much choice. Now, where's the rainbow? We need it.
Oh, you do you?
Yes, I believe we do. Rob?
I suppose that's because your pal here's the luminary.
Wait. How could you?
I thought you died years back, laddie. When I saw that mark in your hand at the tournament, my heart skipped more than a few beats, let me tell you. Now, come along. There's something I want to show you, if you'll indulge an old man for a wee while.
Old man. For a wee while. This way, laddie. Ruins are neat. I always love ruins in video games. You know, so much history to ruins. So much history and neat things to ruins in real life too. As a matter of fact. This is there could be anything in a ruin, right? In a fantasy game, could be anything in ruins.
Aye, this place brings back some memories, sure enough.
Look, are you going to tell us who you are or what?
I'd already given up most of my duties by then. I spent most of my days in
Is
the city
he
enjoying my retirement.
a chancellor? Was he a chancellor?
We had us some fun.
Or a advisor to the king?
And then
Maybe?
the monsters came, and I lost everything. When I was your age, laddie, this was
What
one
age?
of the finest cities you could ever hope to see. And look at it now. One night. That's all it took them to tear it all apart.
Is he? Well, he's helped us quite a bit so far.
Ugh. Just listen to me blethering on. I was going
We
to
fought a
show
giant
you
spider
something, wasn't I?
before we
Come on.
came here. With him. So.
Is this somebody's grave?
Aye. This is where the king and queen of Dundrasil are buried.
I have no reaction.
You mean?
Yeah, the main character's parents. Right?
I do. This is your parents' grave, laddie. The grave of my daughter and son-in-law.
Oh, snap. He's your character's
Wait,
grandfather.
that would mean you're his grandfather.
These two fine young souls died, and I survived. I came to believe there must have been a reason for that. That someone had a purpose in mind for me. So I set out to learn why Dundrasil was destroyed. I've been on the road ever since.
thought he was gonna shake his hand.
I've uncovered some of the truth on my travels. It was King Carnelian, you see.
So he wasn't always a villain, was he? Maybe he was destroyed to quell the dog spawn that was just born. Well, that would be what King Carnelian seemed to be planning, but it appears that maybe Rob's saying
In the power of the luminary more than any of us.
he became convinced that you were evil.
Convinced
Yeah.
that you were evil, that you were the dark spawn.
Yeah.
He's not a man I knew any longer. Folks say he blames you for everything, even the death of his daughter. How could you, old friend? There's something behind it all.
Old friend.
The fall of Dundrasil, the change in my old comrade. I promise you, I will find out the truth. Eleanor, my girl. Erwin, I found your boy. He wasn't lost to us after all.
Some decent voice acting. It's, you know,
Against all the odds.
good.
And now you're home. You've no idea how many times I've dreamed of this day. I never thought it would actually come. Now, will you humour an old man a while longer? There's an old royal ritual, you see. It's to send the souls of the departed to a better place. I'd like you to help me perform it. There's an altar up on the hill behind the castle. I'll be waiting for you there.
Like King Carnelian's became a bad guy. I wonder what happened there. I mean, it's probably like a monster, like the dog spawn possessed him or something. Made him turn into a bad guy. Devil's tail. This way, laddie. Och, aye. You're taking your time, huh? Emperor of Souls. Just keeping an eye out for anything, any treasure or other such things. Oh, there's Jade. No, no treasure. I didn't see any treasure.
Thank you, Princess. It looks just
Princess?
perfect.
Wait, you don't mean...
If the rest of you wouldn't mind standing back here with me, only members of the Dracilian royal family may perform the ritual.
She's not the royal family, therefore she's a different princess?
How come you...
Whoops.
Quiet now. The ritual is...
She's probably a princess from a different kingdom. She's not done Dracilian.
You just follow my lead. All right, laddie?
All right.
The souls of those who depart this life must all return to Yggdrasil. One life for each leaf of the great world tree. But those taken by monsters cannot return of their own accord. So our ancestors devised a ritual to send them on their way.
I see. Huh, that's news. Me. That's how the world works in this game.
The smoke guides them back to where they belong, to Yggdrasil's bosom. Each butterfly is a lost soul, and now they can all be at peace.
So did this take 2 people to do? 2 Dundrosilian royalty in order to do this ritual? Guess so. Look, man, look at all those people.
You didn't die in vain, Eleanor. You saved your boy and the princess.
And the princess.
It was a noble sacrifice you made.
There's a lot of dead people. How big was this city?
Thank you, my beautiful girl. And goodbye. I hope you don't mind me asking, but your mother didn't leave you anything.
He left a note, right? That's how the story goes? Yeah, the Queen's final letter, yeah. Oh no.
Did she? So this letter's why you went to see King Carnelian, eh? If only she'd known. I'm sorry, laddie. You've been through so
Right, because the letter said to go see King Carnelian, and then Carnelian wanted to execute us.
I suppose if you'd not set out for Heliodor, the journey would never have led you to me, eh? Oh, Eleanor.
Overall, this is the most emotional scene in the game, and the most appropriate like music, which helps with that. Oh,
Sorry, lad.
he seems like a good guy.
I'm gonna need to be alone.
Apparently,
for a wee while.
he apparently, according to Rob, he was at one point, and something happened to him. I don't know. And we'll see. Wait for me, guys. I'm flopping as fast as I can. Ooh. Leave me alone for a wee while. Sorry, laddie. Excuse me. I just spit all over my pop filter. Things would be a lot easier if we could just fly up to Yggdrasil, like those butterflies. Right now isn't the time to be saying silly things like that, isn't it? Is it? And Eric, hello. I think I figured out who that girl is. It's kind of hard to believe, though. Oh, you want to tell me? It's not. Go. Yeah? Wasn't the queen brave, rescuing you the way she did? Veronica and I must learn from her example. After all, it's our job to protect you now. Londo. Oh, darling, that ceremony was just beautiful. Your parents are at peace now, I'm sure. And, oh. Well, I think this is Final Fantasy? Where's their airship?
Lady Eleanor. Who's there?
We gotta have to get an airship soon. Or I call not a true JRPG. Kappa. You weren't supposed to see that.
I was just thinking about Lady Eleanor. I mean, your mother. Why don't we take a little walk? My mother was a rather sickly soul by all accounts. She died not long after I was born, so in a sense, Lady Eleanor was the only real mother I ever knew. She used to read me stories, take me flower picking. I loved her so much. You can imagine how happy I was when I heard she was having a baby. I couldn't wait to meet my little brother.
Okay. She's like a princess, adopted princess sort of thing.
You know, it was raining like
She's
this the last
like
time I
her.
ever saw
So
her.
basically, she's the main character's step.
I can't believe how much time
sister?
has passed since then. Wait, up there.
No. Carnelian's forces.
Something tells me they're looking for you and your friends. And there's only one kingdom that can send that many soldiers out on a manhunt. Heliodor. Come
It's
on.
the place.
We need to get back to the others.
Nod. Back to the others by going the way. By going toward them? Let's see what happens if you go toward them. Way. Oh, all right. You gotta test your boundaries. That's what I always do in games. If a game says we should go do this thing, I'm like, I know you want me to do that thing, but maybe I can do other things, and that's not bad. You just gotta see. You gotta science. You gotta do some science.
Where are the ones
You
from
play
the
video games.
No sign of them. What about the Darkspawn?
Darkspawn.
No sign of him either. Blast.
Just
They must
gotten
have gone
away. The wretched Darkspawn. Oh dear. Deary me.
It's him!
There's some British people here in the suits of armor.
He's over here! The Darkspawn is over
This
here!
music. It's clown music again. This is supposed to be the music that is really intense right here.
What shall we do with the girl? Sir Hendrik's orders were to bring the
We're being cornered by a legion of
Never said anything about
dudes who want to kill us. This is the music that plays.
Just you try it.
Sorry, I keep like this running joke going with the music. I just can't. It's funny to me.
I can't be expected to take her on alone.
Oh, Hendrik is coming, isn't he?
Sir Hendrik!
Come on. We'll head around the mountain and meet up with the others before he gets back.
Alright, so now we're going this way. Why'd you even give me control back for those 5 feet? There he is.
I have you at last, Darkspawn. There is nowhere left to run. You are a slippery one, I will give you that. I had not thought you would make it this far after I picked up your scent in Octagonia.
Yeah, good voice. That's a good voice right there for Sir Hendrik.
Men, the Darkspawn is mine. Deal with the girl. Forward! This is all the dreaded child.
Hey, we
of
beat you last
darkness.
time. We can beat you again. But I am alone this time rather than with a party.
You will evade me no longer, Darkspawn. The chase ends here. Princess Jade? Surely not.
Hold on!
Princess!
I love that trope in anime. Like, that doesn't actually happen. It can't actually happen because like he was already falling, and then she caught up to him. How did that work? Oh well, you just can't think about it too much. It's magic. All for Team Hendrik. Hendrik's a bad guy. He's trying to kill us. He recognizes Jade though, so that's good. Maybe he can be redeemed. Cabin.
Oh, good.
Darkspawn equals bad guy? Yeah, but we're not the Darkspawn. We're the Luminary. The King Carnelian is mistaken.
I'm soaked through. Let's get warmed up, shall we?
The character's just like staring like.
I'm glad I caught you. I couldn't have forgiven myself if it happened again. I suppose Rab must have told you about your mother. That she sacrificed herself to save you and the Princess of Heliodor. Well, you've probably worked it out for yourself already, but I was that princess. Your mother saved my life. That night, the night Dundrasil fell, we ran from the castle, but the monsters were too fast. She handed you to me and distracted them for long enough for us to get away. She died to save us. But even though she trusted me with you, I was too weak and stupid to... I fell in the river and...
Well, it was
I let you go.
It was a raging torrent of a river. Well, so it's just reasonable to let go.
I can't tell you how many times I've wished that it was you Rab fished out of there and not me. After he found me, we headed back to Heliodor. We thought my father might help us to find you. But when we got there, we found out he was telling people I'd been killed by the Luminary. He was trying to make people believe awful things about you. Rab was convinced that he wasn't in his right mind, that someone must be controlling him.
Definitely controlling him. The big bad's gonna be the one controlling him the whole time.
Who and why. I never expected to see Hendrik again, let alone on a battlefield. We were lucky to get out of there alive.
What did that represent?
Looks like the rain's dying down. We should head back to Dundrasil.
See a save point. That was like a troll. When I go out the door, and then I'm like, okay, oh good. We had a chance to, you know, decompress. The music is very, you know, music went away, so it was very subdued, right? Open the door, and the same music that we've been hearing the whole game starts to play like over again. Oh my goodness, that was really funny. I was like, you know what we should do at this point? Play the same overall music that we've been playing the whole game. I don't know why. Oh, it was so funny. Oh man, where are we? Zord's Rust. Where we want to go? What the heck is this? Now I only have Jade with me. So, metal slimes. No, come back. Hit him. Oh. No. Didn't wake him up. Glimmer grass. Where's the rest of our party? We need to go get him. Oh. Wait, well, that was fast. He found us already?
So I was right. I had suspected it would take more than a mere fall to put pay to the Darkspawn.
Sir Hendrik.
Can it really have been so many years since that fateful night, Princess? To see you alive and well, you cannot imagine how much this pleases me. But should you choose to continue to side with the Child of Darkness, you may not live for much longer.
Look, I know how you feel about duty,
Music is still
Hendrik.
playing the overworld theme.
How could I forget? You don't understand how important this is. Please, you have to let us go.
You would ask a sworn knight of Heliodor to disobey the orders of his king? You have been away from home too long, girl.
Not long enough for the years to have changed you. Still loyal to a fault. Wish it didn't have to come to this. But it has.
Oh, goodness. Did they make like 5 songs for this entire game?
Impressive, Princess. The spirited young girl of old has grown into quite the warrior maiden.
Oh, please. I'm not a child anymore. It'll take more than a pat on the head to distract me.
It sure seems like it, Zero. Wait, are we just like standing there like...
What will it take to convince you that I am deadly serious? That if you stand on the side of the Darkspawn, I will have no choice but to destroy you? Yeah!
Patrick!
Princess!
I'm sorry. Get on. Now hold on tight.
What were we doing the whole time? Why weren't we helping her fight?
Princess.
Traitor horse.
Come.
You shall be destroyed like the Darkspawn. You're in league with him. Now you must be destroyed. Or we're back here now. Look, all of our friends are here. That's good.
Look!
There you both are. And in one piece, too.
Just about. No thanks to Hendrik and his men.
So it was old Hendrik, was it? I thought it might be. I would have liked a wee word with the rascal, but I doubt he'd have told us much. Well, if even he's out for your blood, the forces of evil must have a stronger hold in Heliodor than ever. It wouldn't be the first time a once glorious kingdom had been brought low by monstrous powers, you know.
What do you know, Rob, that I don't know?
Many years ago,
Oh.
a dastardly fiend destroyed an entire empire.
An evil
with his
named?
wicked ways. A legendary evil named Mordegon.
There we go. Big bad of the game. It's not gonna be King Carnelian. It's Mordegon. That's who we're gonna be dealing with.
All but forgotten these days. I had to tramp halfway around the world just to learn his name. But the more I find out about him, the more I'm convinced he's the one behind all this. Dundrasil, the troubles.
I expect there to be no twists about that. That he is the big bad.
Which is why you're going to have to stop him, laddie. The fate of the whole world depends on it. You're the luminary, after all. You were born to defeat the Dark One, but you'd be more than foolish to face him unprepared. He's a master of darkness, the like of which the world has never seen.
Then we must make our way to Yggdrasil as soon as we can. The legends of Arborea tell of a means of fighting the darkness that can only be found there. Veronica, that must be why we're supposed to take him there, mustn't it?
There we go. Finally, the rainbow.
At last. You'll be needing it if you're to make your way to the World Tree. If anyone can get this old stick to show us the way, it's you. Lead on, Luminary.
Yay. Okay.
Well, can you see anything?
Don't tell me it's a dud! If that Noah sent us in a wild goose chase, I'll throttle him! He could have told us it didn't work before we wasted a zillion hours chasing it halfway across the world.
Now, let's not jump to conclusions. Why don't Jade and I join you, and we'll see if we can't make our way a bit closer to Yggdrasil and try again.
Heck yeah. More party members, the better.
We'll
It means
not
more
give yous
options.
any bother. I promise.
All right, we're gonna look around their skill trees. We're gonna see what they're like. We've seen what they could possibly do already. Okay, here we go. Miscellaneous character builder. Okay. Jade. Claw, spears, fisticuffs, allure. So we got. Look here. Learns to employ two-handed scratching and tearing techniques of the claw, some of which can even restore HP as they strike. Heals and stat boosts for seasoned spear wielders, enabling them to floor enemies flawlessly and deftly deflect incoming attacks. Flares and fists and feet. Forwards improvements to strength and agility. Also offers some deadly dexterous techniques. You would go spears for Jade and claws for Rob? Really? Okay. Let's take a look at what their trees are like, though. First of all, let me look at info maybe. No. Lineup. Let's look at their stats here. Strength. Tell you what, I'll go spears with Jade, probably. And so, since the other chat members chose my other party members' sort of trees, I guess I'll get speared with Jade, and we'll see with Rob. It's plus 10. Damage to undead. HP plus 10. Panel prod. This requires one more panel. Attack with wielding spears. Unlock panel. Ah, pep chance plus 5%. Oh, that's good. Plus 12 to unlock though. Wow. Doesn't connect often, but when it does, it can cause a critical hit. So let's get that. That power wielding spears plus 10. Panel left to go. Looks like this is her spear tree is like a damaging tree, like a DPS tree crossed with like a little bit of killer effects. So like this does extra damage to beast monsters, and does damage to undead. So there's a little bit of killer effect happening here. And for hit chance when wielding spears, attack power wielding spears. Let's go crit rate. Give me this. Multi-thrust. 18 points to unlock. Man. Alright, and then we got heavy wands, claws, or enlightenment. So we got hey Lucas. How you doing, Shade Lucas? Welcome to the stream. Let's see, we got improves to range of attributes, mainly MP. Also, so your arts of the ancient. So this is his mage trees right here, and then this is a strength. You guys got strength boost as well in this tree here. How you doing, Lucas? What are you up to? Pass on MP to an ally. For at least 22 HP each turn to all party members. That's pretty good. Maybe this is support. Maybe a support tree. Laws. Attack power wielding them. Play Fortnite with a friend. Nice. Hopefully you're having a good time. Never used Rob before? I don't know. Seems like he might be good. Some of his support skills seem pretty good. And then here's a tree with heavy wands. Magical man. Okay, so he mostly support. He's mostly got heals and magical might, maximum MP, magical mending. You can spec him to be either he's very versatile. You can either do damage with his claw tree, or he can go into the tree on the left for his support improvements. Up here is a general more general improvements up here. So I think I'm gonna go down this tree. Anti-magic. You can heal with this. You can heal with this. You can heal, raise with this. Zing stick. I don't know why it's called a zing stick. His claw tree is interesting though, as well. But I think we need some little more support. So let's go down this tree. Since we already have Rhea's Rain and stuff, so if we have improved magical mending in addition to Rhea's Rain, that will help that. 5 there. Let's get this. which will unlock this panel here. See what that is. Castor sugar. That increases the effectiveness of the user's spells. Okay. Let's see if we can get the this ability down here. Good. It'll cost 5. Costs 6. And this is 12. Let's go with. Make our way down here to the south here. Get the Zing Stick. Magical Mending. Yeah, so we're gonna spec him into a healer, I think. In which case, we might want to swap him out for Serena and just see how that goes. And I'm gonna switch out Sylvando for Jade and see how that goes. There you go. Alright, what's next? Search the world for a way to get to the Yggdrasil. So what do we want to look first? I guess. Oh well, I guess we'll go to the new region, right? Is there a bell to ring somewhere?
Huh? Hey, the branch. It's.
Oh, that's convenient. Tell us where to go. Ah, yes, of course. We're gonna need the MacGuffins to get up there, right? 6 MacGuffins. Go get them. Put them in the things. Go check them out.
Oh, darlings, did you see it? It was so pretty.
A sort of platform floating in the sky, and 6 colored orbs.
Oh, I think I understand. We need to find the
course.
orbs and take them to the platform, and then the path to
I've played a
Yggdrasil
JRPG
will
before. I know how this works.
Maybe trekking halfway around the world to find that branch wasn't such a waste of time after all. And we've already got one of the orbs we need, too. I knew swiping this thing from the castle was the best idea I ever had. I had my own plans for it. But this is way more important. It's yours now. Just don't lose it, okay?
The red orb. Oh, and you have the yellow one.
Our prize from the tournament. Lucky we didn't.
Look, the
search
Dragon
it all
Balls.
day.
Aye. And there I was, all set to swap it for a few piffling trinkets for the road. It's yours now, though, laddie.
Well, there you go. We're already 2 down.
Now, it looked like that platform we saw was located right under Yggdrasil. That means it must be somewhere deep inside the first forest. So, we know where we have to go. We just need to find the other 4 orbs first.
But where in the world would we even begin to look?
Orbs, orbs. Oh, I do remember a fairy tale about a giant pearl sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Can't remember the details.
Let me guess. Is it the blue one?
Well, if we don't have any real clues, I guess we'll just.
I mean, if
have
it was
to
the red
go
one,
into
it'd be
the
weird.
world and find-
Whoops.
You're not wrong there. In which case, let's head for Puerto Valor. We can get out into the open ocean from there. A fairly straightforward voyage, if you ask me. And you'll be pleased to hear that I'm friends with Don Rodrigo, the big man over that way. I'm sure he'll open the sea gates for us.
Sylvando doesn't know what to do. Maybe there's some past
Right then,
for me.
let's get moving, shall we? The sooner we get our hands on those orbs, the sooner we can make our way up to Yggdrasil.
I see. I wonder if Yggdrasil will be like the halfway point in the game. or if it'll be like the end game. You will see. I thought I remember there being a fast travel option. Maybe not. Heard the Salty Stallion in southwest from Dundrasil to the Costa Valor. Oh, it was called Purta Valor. Zoom, that's right. Yeah, Zoom. Wait, you go from you go to Dundrasil? I've already forgotten. From Dundrasil to the Costa. So wait, yeah, isn't Dundrasil right here though? Let's see. The boat. Looks like there is a boat over here. Doesn't cost any MP. Might as well just try. Go on. Oh wait, I'm on the boat. Sail southwest from Dundrasil, the Costa Valor, where you find Puerto Valor. Wait. We go through the channel right here. Oh right, there are enemies on the sea. All right, let's see what we can do here with these dudes. Nope. Huh. That's interesting. Rob and Jade don't want to
Easy peasy.
Oh, no, it's because I didn't tactics. There it is. All orders. All orders. Want to control my party members. Hermit crabs? Is that the joke? Oh, Wizened Wizard. What do you do? Leg sweep. Undead. Against flying enemies. This is hip drop. Big damage. And leg sweep. Damage to beasts. Well, let's try the oh, it's only a single target. Try the hip drop. That's not what I thought that was gonna be. Thought she was gonna like do like a flying like drop kick. So now he's got these. He's got good amount of spells too. Holy cow! All these spells. He's got heals. He's got Damage spells. Zam. Got ice. You guys got a single target and an AoE ice. Isolate. Bounce. Okay, that was reflect. Dude, that was pretty awesome. He's got a lot of things going on for him. I like him. All the different spells and abilities he has. It's great. He can heal. He can attack. Good stuff. He doesn't have bang, but he does have crackle, so that's something. Whoa, nice. Flank. And crunch. There you go.
And don't come back.
We should go this way. Boop. Oh my goodness, that damage is so good. Oh! Low accuracy, high attack power ability there. So, high risk, high reward ability. There's a cave over here. What's this about? Sure. Boom. All right, new area, sweet. Angle Grove, Mount Pong Lai. Some side area here. What's over here? Whoa! What the heck? What's that? That is clearly a monster. I want to fight that right now. No. For shell. Oh! Hello, Panda! Welcome! Good to see you, man. Just playing through Corolossus. Just playing through Dragon Quest 11. You know, I'm an RPG guy. I heard from people that if you like JRPGs, you should play Dragon Quest 11. Oh, it's going good. It's going good. Got a chance to just hang out a little bit tonight on stream. I've been streaming for a couple hours. I'm probably gonna wrap it up somewhat soon, but ready to just get to the next area. Maybe just look around the area surrounding the next town. Darn it. How you doing, Panda? Hopefully your weekend's going well. Nice, 100 damage. Oh, it's fine, Panda. I had stuff to do. I actually couldn't stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry, tomorrow. I couldn't stream tomorrow. I couldn't stream yesterday because, Panda, you got it. I was busy with my family. Usually we stream on Fridays, right? But couldn't do it. I couldn't get around with that. So busy with the family. I was busy with my family yesterday. You're busy today, so. Yep, Puerto Valor lies just beyond this hill. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Hey, I was meaning to ask you, Panda. What? Are you riding a slime? Slime Knights. So you told the stream last time we were here that you know you're part of the National Guard. Now I have to admit that I am somewhat ignorant about that. So is that like a branch of the military, or like, what is that exactly, Panda? Oh. And let's see how good this is. Like a full heal. Oh, okay. It's a regen ability. This is gonna be a lot of writing, so give me a sec to put it all down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask a overly complicated question. I'm ignorant about it. I know that it's a very important job, because I know that you assist.
And stay down.
You assist people in like helping them, or like rescuing them, kind of thing. But you know, maybe I'm off base about that. Either way, thank you for doing what you do. Same music. Every town has the same music. So this is this game's Casa del Sol. Del Sol.
Okay, darlings, I'll see you when you're finished here in town. I need to go and see a man about ciao for now.
What came over him all of a sudden?
Don Rodrigo lives in that grand old place over yonder.
Old.
Let's go and say hello, shall we? Oh, and
Yeah, we shall.
don't go mentioning my royal past, will ye? There's no point in causing a fuss. As far as he's concerned, I'm just his old pal Rab. Let's keep it that way.
Alright. Very good. Oh. Pots. Just as good as treasure. See? Fresh water. With Don Rodrigo. National Guard are a part of the a part-time military. I knew it was a military thing. You go through basic training just like all active troops, and go do the advanced training just as active troops do. I go to drill once a month or more to provide medical assistance. Right, I knew it was some kind of medical thing. Assistance to the units surrounding me and other states. I'm a medic, so I'm in charge of all medical prep and safety for up to 75 soldiers. That's so cool, Panda. Thank you for your service. That's fantastic. Also, Zero. Yeah, I could go for some ice cream myself, actually. I might get some after this. I knew it was something like that. Like some kind of medical assistance thing. But I am in the Army National Guard, but there's also an Air Force National Guard. Not to brag, but Army is better. Oh, really? I didn't know they were that significant of a difference. I mean, one's like ground troops and one's like Air Force, so planes and things. Just saying that made me embarrassed at my own ignorance. But you know, planes and things. That's Air Force. Man, so you're telling me, Panda, you're part of the National Guard and you speedrun Hollow Knight? You're like a Renaissance man, dude. User in training and in funding. Oh. Yes. Yeah. It's really cool, man. So interesting to how so many people from so many different walks of life stream, like hang out on Twitch and stuff. What am I doing here? Right, there's a big old house right there. I should probably get some items so I don't die. But, well, I mean, I die a lot, but items only help me so much. Also, armor and weapons I feel like I should get. Like for Jade, to get some new stuff for her. Let's see what's in here. No. Let's see. Water Maul Wand. Use the one from nature creatures, increased by 2%. Damage dealt to nature creatures by 20%. This is actually not as good. You can still enlist most likely, unless you were trying to wait for the next draft. No, I have my calling is elsewhere, personally, but definitely always appreciate. I'm always appreciative of like the talents and abilities of other people, and you know, it like different people make the world go round. You know what I mean? Like we need all these people in all these different kinds of roles to make the world work. So people like you doing your role, and I do mine, and you know, like, and then there's people who are like artists who are like, wow, you can paint a painting that like I never could ever do that without tons of training, and you can just take your thoughts and put it down on paper, or like, you know, you as a medic, you can be like, you have a knowledge that not many people have. You know, everyone has their like, sort of skill sets and stuff, and even to the point where like your path have you decided to go down? Well, right now I work for a Christian television station. I've been working there for about 10 years. So we have a website, biodiscoverytv.com, and we're a non-profit organization that takes people through the Bible in 1 year. Basically, I'm a production assistant. I do editing. I do a lot of camera work. I do some on-site shooting when we need to. I do the lighting for the show. Lots of little things. We're a very small organization, but yeah. You know, I'm a Christian, and so I believe it's a very important thing for you know, spiritual well-being of people and stuff. So yeah, but you know, and my skill set allows me to do well in television and stuff, but it takes all sorts of people to make the world go around. Where's your this guy's house? What denomination? Plus, that is really awesome. I would love to do something like that for my church. What denomination? I guess the company, I'd say, is something like maybe Baptist or something of that sort. Personally, myself personally, I'm a Reformed Baptist, but yeah. I'd say that the company is probably like more Baptist, classical Baptist.
Senor Roberto, so wonderful to see you after so many years. And your companions.
Oh, you know, Silvando is probably from this place. He's probably like the son of the guy here, right?
Looking so well, Cervantes.
Cervantes.
I don't suppose Don Rodrigo's about for a wee chat, is he?
Lo siento, senor, so sorry. But I am afraid he has gone to Eliador.
Eliador.
He's instructing the guards there in the art of swordsmanship, you see.
Sorry, I don't really know what the change is for Reformed Baptist. Like what the differences is. It's not too big of a difference. You know, like you can have differences of smaller differences between denominations, right? And there's like bigger differences that are a little more serious. Reformed Baptist is just more of like a Calvinistic approach to theology rather than an Arminian, where I think classical Baptists tend to be more Arminian, whereas Reformed Baptists tend to be more Calvinistic. And I may be using some words that are theologically minded. But one of my fortes is theology. I love studying it. I know a lot about it. And basically, they're two different sort of interpretations about, you know, how Jesus saves, whether it's Jesus saves without without any input on the part of a person, or whether a person has the option to be saved or not. Anyway, I would love to get in a. You lost me on those two types of study. I am a medical man, so I don't know deep theological terms. Yeah. Exactly. I would love to explain that in more in depth, but basically, yeah, it's the gist of it is that Armenians believe that you know, God saves everybody, or God allow, like, you know, Jesus' sacrifice is for everyone, and everyone can choose to choose yes or no, whereas a more Calvinistic approach is. A Calvinist would say something more like, well, you can't choose to be saved unless God chooses you first, and he has an elect people that he chooses to be saved or not. But yes, I can go in quite in depth. You're a medical man, so you can you can talk about such things that you know, I cannot. What church do you go to, Panda?
I was hoping to head out to sea in search of more interesting topics of conversation. You couldn't open the sea gates for me, could you?
Hopefully, I'm kind of explaining it kind of roughly, but
it will be my pleasure,
I've done
Can you
Church of Nazarene.
angry Don
Oh,
Rodrigo
interesting.
would be if I refused?
Okay, I'll have to look into that.
I
I'm
will
definitely
open right away.
interested
If you
in
go aboard your ship,
theological
you will be
matters.
able to sail straight through. You're a good man, Cervantes. Thanks a million. And give my regards to Don Rodrigo, won't you?
My Twitter feed is usually full of theological things. That's just, you know, 'cause I think that, you know, it's both interesting and important to learn about. So, like, yeah, I'm not familiar with Nazarene. Wonder what the differences are. With Holy Stallion and sail down the Valor Suave channel from Puerto Valor. Hey. Basically, it's a breakaway from the Wesleyan Church, and the Wesleyan is a breakaway from the Methodist. Nazarenes are more traditional, but have since started to come around to modern customs. Oh. Break away from Westian. Okay. Huh. Fascinating. Yeah. Obviously, it's a lot to remunerate while on in chat, but it's very good. I'd like to study that more. But yeah, like my shelves are full of like theology books and stuff like that. I just really enjoy doing it. So I don't know, right over here. There we go. I think Pentecostal, but a few steps more relaxed. I know what you mean.
There's our pal Cervantes. Give him a nice thank you wave, everybody.
Yes, you know, my fellow Pentecostal brothers and sisters. You know, we are brothers and sisters. If we believe all the primary doctrines of the faith, but you know, sometimes like Pentecostals can be a little bit intense, you know, at the same time. There's a bit of there's sort of different flavors, so to speak. Reformed Baptists like myself are extremely traditional, very like study-minded and focused on history and the Reformation and the Puritans and stuff like that. So. Again, I guess it does depend on the person talking about. Oh man, one shot. For some reason, the game lags whenever she attacks. That's really weird. Why is that happening?
Another day, another victory.
I'm definitely looking forward to okay, so now we're just looking around looking for the orbs now. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to tomorrow, and well, I think you are the first person I have talked on Twitch to about religion. Yeah, there are a number of Twitch channels I noticed that are not so keen on talking about religion.
I can't see a thing.
You know, but that's who I am. You know, if someone asks me, "Hey, what do you do?" and I go, I'm not ashamed to say, I work for a Christian television station, and I love it, and I'm glad I'm doing it. You know? But a lot of people are kind of a little bit scared to talk about religion, so. When did this game become... Hey, Aridin. When did this game become Wind Waker? Well, once I killed a giant spider, then we went to go find more orbs. Apparently now we have to find MacGuffin. Put 6 MacGuffin in the thingy, go up to Yggdrasil, and, you know...
I'm truly mystified. But whatever it is, I don't like it. Steering hard a starboard.
I think his accent broke a little bit there. How you doing, Aridin? How you doing? It's 10 o'clock where I am. How was your day, man?
The mists are clearing. I can see light up ahead.
Did y'all decide if you want to check out TSS? Oh, that's right. Yeah, I got busy with the family yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to check it out, and then I came right back to the office, and then I started streaming. Yeah. I haven't checked it out just yet. I see it in the corner of my DMs. I'll check it out after this probably. Cause like that's like the small time streamer Discord thing, right?
What world are we?
Ooh. This is kind of cool. The strand. Look how pretty this is. I like this. Fascinating. Judging by the shape of the prow and the state of the planks, I wouldn't be surprised if this boat was built long before even I was born. It was good, not much of excitement, just watching League of Legends playoffs. Nice. Are you doing the what do you call it? The like fantasy football thing, fantasy League of Legends thing this year, Aridin? I cannot help wondering if we strayed into the Valorian Triangle. You know, it's a bit of the sea where they say ships just up and disappear, never to be seen again. Oh, neat. I love stuff like this. The draft? No, they changed some stuff so I couldn't do it. Oh, that's too bad. Yes, I was thinking of the draft. Maybe entirely of all streamers, like the three, with like 3 partners that run the server. The server's main goal is to help small-time streamers grow and build communities with outside and inside TSS. That sounds really cool, Panda. I definitely want to check that out. Yeah, maybe start posting there or whatever. Yeah, I want to make sure I follow all the rules and things.
Strange place. It's almost like being in a dream.
I appreciate Panda for giving us, Otto and I, that link. Okay, this is a siren. This is don't trust it. Don't trust it. Nope. No sir. Come on now. This is a fantasy game. This is fiction. That is a siren. It's gonna eat you.
What do you think you're playing at, scaring us like that?
No problem. If y'all don't like it, then there's no pressure to stay. All right, cool. Wait, are you a mermaid? Yeah, she's a mermaid.
Hold on. Are you a mermaid?
Thank you for the bit, Zero. I'd agree, but my wife would get mad. But that's the thing. No, that's the thing about sirens. They're supposed to be, you know, have nice hair and faces and all that. Because they're trying to lure you to their grave, a watery grave in Davy Jones' locker.
My name's Michelle. I'm sorry.
Michelle, that's a really normal name for a mermaid.
It's just I thought my car was back, and I got all excited. Wow, I can't believe I'm talking to a real live mermaid. But anyway, who's this car you keep talking about? He's a tender-hearted fisherman from Honolulu Bay. He promised he would meet me here upon our wedding day.
Ooh, about that, Michelle. I don't know. Is this like an aerial situation?
Wedding day? I didn't even
Or
think humans and mermaids could get married. At first I was the same. I thought we'd never be together. I thought the mermaid's burden.
oh, capital M, capital B. It's like a proper name. Mermaid's Burden.
For if a mermaid leaves the sea and makes the land her home, if ever she gets wet again, she melts away to foam.
What? Michelle, it's not worth it. you can't get wet again, or you'll melt to foam. Do you know how easy it is to get wet? You just if it rains on you, you get wet. You just you can smell so bad.
But when I told my pie,
After like she's a half fish. Of course she starts smelling bad.
in that case, Shell, you better teach me how to swim. And so I got the blessing of the Queen beneath the sea. He's going to come to Nautica and live down there with me.
The human is? Are you gonna drown him?
Oh, that's wonderful news. Congratulations.
Do rebreathers exist in this world? Rebreathers? Like oxygen masks or whatever.
We can be together. And I've been waiting for him now for what feels like forever.
What feels like forever? She's supposed to drink water, or drink water. What if like she puts the water to her lips and like it gets kind of on her lips, and then that's wet, and then she's gonna melt. Maybe she doesn't need water if she's was to leave. The more my worries worsen. Oh, dearie me, it's me, the mermaid.
I know it's rude to ask you, but I beg, I plead, I pray. Could you go to
Honolulu, not Honolulu.
So you're from the bottom of the
Oh, right. We're gonna have to help her because we want the thing on the bottom of the sea. We want the orb, which is at the bottom.
How about this? If we go and check on your fiancé, will you take us down to see the queen?
Can you not make sure we don't drown as well? That would be an extra bonus.
The least that I can do. I'll sing my song and safely sink your ship.
But she can't touch water anymore. But she's not married yet. So when she is, then she'll die when she touches water. That's easy. Easy.
If anyone knows
How would you go marry a merman? How about a merman? Are probably more your speed, I think. Michelle.
Wouldn't you say?
I still don't know why the game lets me choose yes or no, because it doesn't matter. You can't have to say yes. Like if you say no, you go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had a sudden urge to stretch my legs. Let me ask you that again.
And then resets.
If anyone knows the truth about this giant pearl,
It's helping her, wouldn't you say? Why are you even? Why don't you just make my character nod? If you don't really want to give me an actual choice, why don't you just make a character go, and then be done with it?
If anyone knows the truth about
She marries a merman. She's still turned to foam. I don't think so. It's only if she leaves home or whatever she said, right? She leaves home and she turns to foam. But thou must.
Thank you, all of you.
Yeah. Here it is. Final Fantasy 14 style, yeah. Just.
I'll mark the village on your map. It's to the east of Hotto.
Hotto.
Beautiful blue bay behind an isolated grotto.
Hotto, you know, where the Hotto is.
My Kai is a famous fisherman, as ragged as the ocean. A hanky-janky sailor stuffed with smoldering emotion.
Uh-huh.
Oh, now I'm all embarrassed.
oh dear, I'm all embarrassed, aren't I? Oh dear.
So we can finally be wed.
You're gonna melt, lady. Oh, goodness gracious. Telling a poem, what time are you gonna be on till? I'll probably give another 20 minutes. Goodness gracious. This is a cool looking area though. Alright, so we're gonna go to Hotto, just south of the grotto. I had a word with that Michelle, lovely girl, and you ain't gonna believe this. She's already gone and used her mermaid powers to get the stallion moving again. We can leave whenever you're ready. Watch your boss. Watch your boss. Back aboard the stallion then, is it? Righto. Whoa, we're going far south right there. Let's go across the world this way. Well, it'll probably loop around. Right? Yeah. All right, look, we're just gonna. Oh, the world is flat. Is it? I don't know. It could be round. The world in this game might be round, much like you know, real life. Who knows? This game is giant trees and all good. There's a smoke monster. Smoke monsters. If a smoke monster's here, who knows? In most RPGs, the world's round. Like Final Fantasy 7, And most Final Fantasies, yeah, you can like loop around the map, and then yeah. Let's see. There yet. Oh, I think it might be. I think it might. Wait, it's foggy. What? Come on, don't leave me hanging. The suspense is killing me. Is it gonna say turn around, silly, or is it gonna be like just loop? The fog obscures you, right? So you can actually like see where you're going. Hopefully, Rob gets a turn so he can do stuff. Okay, good. So what healing spells does he have? He has, oh, he has mid heal. That's good. Rob is a pretty rockin' party member so far. He's really good. He can attack. He's like a jack of all trades, which I love. Nice. Oh, no MP. What a jerk.
And don't come back.
20. 3 skill points. No. I haven't been using Eric very much because Eric, I don't know. I'm sure he's very useful. In fact, I think during low... Yes! It does loop around. Roll this round. The fog obscured the loading for the other part of the world. That's a good way to do it. Oh, I see 7. Like you loop around and it just pops into place, pops into view. Ouch! Hey! Whoa! Cool your jets. See, Zero, you gotta experiment. You gotta. You never know. You gotta try and see what happens.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
I do that all the time when I play video games. You gotta see what works, what doesn't work. You know, you might find something cool if you do stuff like that. Holy bonanza! That's a lot of damage. Oh, good dodge. That's fine. Mefuki is a tank or a DPS anyway. Just hit things with a big sword. Let's throw a heal over here. Actually, that's part of the fun with a lot of challenge runs and themed builds that I do in games. It results in a lot of cool moments where you go, that works? That's amazing. I didn't know that was even a possible thing. You know, when you restrict yourself to a certain build and you say to yourself, okay, I have to get through the game using only these tools, it makes the game, you uncover things that you might not have thought to find otherwise. Edgar Figueroa, hello. Challenge runs, are you playing with draconian restrictions? I am not. This is a blind run, as you can read from the title. So I'm just talking about challenge runs in general. A lot of other games I play on the channel, games I've played and love a lot, I play a lot like over again, and I give myself certain restrictions. I find it fun to do that, and not necessarily they don't always work out to be challenge runs. Sometimes they just end up being fun themed runs. I run a lot of Dark Souls 3 recently. I've seen some people playing this game blind, but like having super monsters on and such. Really, yeah, I felt like it's probably best to just play it normal and see how it is sort of meant to be played on default. And then if I really get into the game, then I'll put on a higher difficulty in a different playthrough. But right now, it's default. But yeah, like one of my favorite series, Dark Souls. I've done a bunch of themed and build runs in that game. I've done a couple of Pokemon runs. I've done a couple of Final Fantasy runs. Yeah. Some on stream, some not on stream. But I'm trying to just stream more often when I game these days. A paradise. Have you ever done a Final Fantasy 6 low-level natural magic run? I have not. I've not done that run. I would love to watch someone do a run like that, though.
Bright blue waves, pure white sands, and fabulous jewels just lying on the beach. Truly, darlings, this is the promised land.
Harridan. I forgot how much I love this guy. Yep, I understand. He's so sassy. He's such a sassy man.
Although it does seem a little less promising than I expected. Where is
Everybody. Yeah.
Something's not right.
Played the game doing that challenge. You had mentioned Final Fantasy challenge runs, so I was curious.
Let's just find this
Cool, man. Do you stream? If you've done a challenge like that before, it'd be cool to check that out. But yeah, like I said, not all my runs are like challenge runs. They might end up becoming a bit of a challenge runs. Was also on your Super NES? Okay. That's cool. Yeah, not all my runs end up being challenge runs. Basically, I say to myself, what would be fun to do? Let's do, I don't know, a run where I only, stack defense, or, only allowed to use certain abilities. Like, I do a Pyromancer run. I think it was back in the fall. I did a Mega Man X series pyromancy only, which meant that I could only use the fire weapon in that game as my primary damaging weapon. And it led to some very challenging moments. While other games in that series, like the Mega Man X5, was pretty easy. So it just depends on the game. So it's not so much that I do challenge runs. I do runs. If they end up being harder than I think, that's cool. If they end up being easier than I think, that's cool too. I just kind of try stuff. It felt pretty awesome. Though fighting the final boss of the game with characters under level 10. Oof. Also didn't look up any guides or tips on how to do stuff. I make up my own strats for doing it. Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Died on bosses many times. I bet you did, until I could come up with a strategy for beating them. That's great. That's really cool. I love stuff like that. Like when you take mechanics and you take your tool set and you go, how do I beat this with these tools that I've been given? And then you restrict yourself like that. You're like, what do I do now? Zero, you're wondering about me? Yeah, wonder all you want there. Not sure what you're wondering about. If it's a game I really enjoy playing, I'll be like, I'll play through that again, but with more restrictions and stuff. So I'm thinking of doing like it's a lot of fun because you can't just outpower the boss. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing a Pokemon Sun, like Steel type only run, like pure Steel type. So like not even like, oh, well, like Heatmore is Steel Fire or something, right? No. A pure trainer only uses pure steel types. So a pure steel type run would be kind of interesting. Or not. I don't know. I just want to try it. Hello, you're running the inn? Or like Aridin. If you're there, Aridin, still, like, give me your thoughts on things like randomizer runs. Randomizer runs can be cool, but I kind of like when I've memorized where things are, and I can get to those items as fast as possible, and then I can start my build that way. So Aridin, so like yeah, randomizers can be fun sometimes, but I prefer like memorizing where things are, and that way you can play through the game, get to the items you want to get to, and then start the run. So like non-linear games are really fun. Dark Souls games again are really fun for that because you can defeat bosses in different order, find the items and weapons and armor that you want for that run, and then start beating all the bosses and stuff. So Aridin, here's an example. Give me a class. Because the next next time I play Dark Souls 3, I wanna do a class, another class run. I've done the Berserker run last Sunday. So give me a class, any class at all, and I'll see if I can like do a cosplay or like a approximation for that sometime soon, because I want to play some Dark Souls 3 again. Gambler? I should have known you picked Gambler. It was gonna be either like Gambler, Rogue, or Dark Knight. Gambler. How do I do Gambler? Okay, I have some ideas. What do you mean no? I was going to Bard. Oh, Bard. Bard. Okay. Bard. How would I do Bard? Oh, Bard's tougher. Okay, what kind of Bard? Can I like support Bard? Yeah, I'm wandering around now. What am I doing? Speak with the villagers along with try to find out what happened to Kai. Okay. With Kai, I don't know if the boy had any friends. You should go see his mom. Usually you find her up at the church. In the day, and you have sooner. Okay. Bard. Bard. Support Bard, well, you can get some support spells in that game. Oh, it's up here. Maybe it's too hard, then whatever. No, this will be good. I want to see how close I can get to a Bard in Dark Souls 3. We'll see. I thought you were going to say Dark Knight, in which case I had the perfect build in mind for Dark Knight. But you gave me even a more challenging class to work with. That's perfectly fine. Nope.
Look, Auntie's here. The show's about to begin.
Dark Knight's so lame. What do you want about? You love Dark Knight. Well, you love Dark Knight. Past tense. Maybe.
Then I'll tell you the tale of the terrible curse that befell our village long ago. The curse of a crafty creature with a face as pretty as a pearl, but a heart as black as coal.
It's the mermaid.
Once upon a time, a master fisherman lived in Honolulu. He caught more fish and gathered more pearls than any of the other men in the village. Honolulu, the big kahuna, was very fond of this fisherman and offered him the hand of his beloved daughter. The fisherman and the kahuna's daughter agreed to be married, and the future of the village looked bright.
But then she turned into a mermaid?
Until the day of the storm. The fisherman was caught up in a terrible tempest, and he and his catch were thrown into the ocean.
It'd be so much better if it was an MX 3D. MX 3D, yeah. And wouldn't they also have like chair effects as well?
As he sank through the water, he saw the pearls he had gathered shining like stars all around him. The light faded, and he prepared to meet his maker. But instead, he met her. A mermaid.
That's a very accurate picture of Michelle.
Any creature he had seen before. She held him in her arms and whispered in his ear,
Zoom in.
"I will give you your life if you give me your soul."
I knew it! I knew she was a siren!
Many days passed and the
Okay, I have a new
fisherman
class.
did
What
not
is it?
return. The people of the village thought him dead and held a funeral for him on the beach. But just as they were beginning to sing his soul to the next world, he appeared, exhausted but alive.
Did not see that coming. Look at his soulless eye right there.
Overjoyed to have her beloved home, and stayed by his
Just staring like.
night and day, nursing him back to health. But the fisherman was no longer the man she knew. All day he would stare out to sea, muttering over and over, "I must marry that mermaid." Then one day he threw his fiancée aside and ran to the harbor screaming, "I must go back to her." The kahuna was furious. He banished the fisherman from the village and burned his boat so he could never set sail again.
Where did the fisherman go? Was he on the boat?
And so, the man who was once the pride of Honolulu spent the rest of his days alone on
It's
Saikiki
Beach. Okay.
haunted by the mermaid who stole his soul.
Well,
That's all for today, children.
time to go hunt us a mermaid.
The rest of the story tomorrow.
Mermaids are scary! Whoa! The mermaid's coming to steal our souls! Run!
Aloha, friends. Is there
Aloha,
anything I
wow.
can do for you?
Just wow, it's saying aloha now.
We're looking for a fisherman called Kai. Do you know where we can find him?
Oh my! What a coincidence! You must be looking for my son, Kainui. Are you friends of his?
How was that like what? How did what? Did you miss anything? I missed anything? No. Well, not too much. Not too much. We're now on this island. We're trying to find Kai,
Not here at the moment.
and now
all the men have sailed west.
we have to go fight a giant squid.
Squid that's been attacking our ships.
We very conveniently ran into a lady who was telling a story of like the exact scenario that we were trying to solve.
Maybe you could go lend a
Who
hand.
might be
Once that
Kai's
monster's
mother?
dealt with, they'll all come
The
back.
mermaid
Oh,
died.
sure
Did she melt
enough.
into foam yet? Not quite yet. Also, spoilers, she might be a siren. That's what this old lady just told us.
Be wary, friends. That squid isn't the only danger out on the seas. Don't let a crafty mermaid make you all pupule.
What?
I'd hate to see you go crazy.
What? That's nice, lady. I'd hate to see you go crazy. That would be a real shame. Oh dear. That was it. See now there are people in chat. Now I'm having more fun. Why all the cute girls gotta be sirens? I know. I'm sure she didn't mean that in a creepy way, but after telling that story and then be like, make sure you you won't watch out for mermaids. I wouldn't want to see you go crazy. Like, I know some mermaids. Am I going crazy right now? No, she did not mean it in a creepy way at all, though. Let me check armor. I'll what we got here? I'm using shields on Mefuki because I'm two-handing with a great sword, so that's not gonna be doing much good there. Iron mask. Full plate armor. I know this is very end of the stream, but for the next time you play this game, is there any way you can put the cam on the right side? You see the map. I didn't even think of that. Of course. Stop. There, how about that? I'll have to see what battles look like. I mean, I use green screen so that way I don't block as much of the game as possible. So I didn't even think of blocking the map. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up for today. Thank you guys for joining me. I'm just gonna go off and save probably. I've been streaming for about almost 5 hours now, so should probably close up shop tonight. You should get you should put you right over your character so it looks like you're running around. Oh dear! It appears I'm now ready to. I'm so ready to wrap the game up. There's a nice save point. Whoops, a nice save point coming up here. There we go. Hello. Sorry, I used to be. Oh, what's over there? Over here? Up here? Okay, we made it. Oh. Save the video game. All right, so see you next time, guys. I'll try to see if I can stream tomorrow, and then I will if not, I'll maybe on Monday. I'll have to see how work goes. But then on Tuesday for sure, Octo and I will be back with Sekiro. And so don't mind me. Oh, just gonna maybe just pull out my sword and just have a good night. Good night, guys.